Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. This happened the summer I turned 16. I still remember it clearly, even though I've spent the last few years trying hard to forget. But something about that weekend won't fade, no matter how much time passes. Maybe writing it down now, telling someone else, might finally help. My Aunt Margaret owned this small, off-grid cabin deep in the woods near Deer Creek. She'd bought it after her divorce, said she liked being alone out there sometimes. She always joked that the world was quieter there, more peaceful. Mom had warned me beforehand that there was no internet or cell service, but I didn't care. My cousin Tyler was coming too, and we always found ways to entertain ourselves. We drove up on a Friday afternoon, Margaret humming softly along to old country songs on the radio. Tyler was already waiting when we arrived, leaning against his dad's dusty pickup, grinning as usual. He was a year older than me, tall and lanky, with dark hair falling over his eyes. He clapped my shoulder as soon as I stepped out. "Ready for a thrilling weekend of absolutely nothing?" he joked, gesturing at the quiet woods around us. The trees seemed endless, thick, tall, and green, pressing in from every direction. "Anything to avoid chores," I said, smiling back. But inside, a faint unease stirred quietly. There was something intimidating about the stillness here, the silence hanging thickly between the trees. Margaret's cabin sat tucked away in a small clearing, a simple log structure with wide windows and a narrow porch. Inside, everything felt cozy, welcoming faded quilts on beds, old books stacked neatly on shelves, the smell of wood smoke permanently embedded in every corner. We unpacked quickly, eager to explore. Margaret waved us off, smiling gently. "Just be careful out there. Stick close, easy to lose track of where you are in these woods." Tyler rolled his eyes playfully, waving off her concern. We spent the afternoon wandering the nearby trails, cracking jokes, throwing pine cones at each other, acting younger than we were. But no matter how loud we laughed, I kept noticing how our voices seemed swallowed by the dense foliage, disappearing too quickly into the trees. Dinner that night was canned stew cooked over the wood stove. As darkness fell, the temperature dropped quickly, bringing an unexpected chill that made us pull on sweatshirts and huddle closer around the kitchen table. Margaret lit candles as the cabin darkened, casting long shadows across the wooden walls. By 10 o'clock we were in bed. Tyler and I shared a small bedroom upstairs, twin beds pushed against opposite walls. We talked softly, mostly nonsense about school, girls we liked, sports we played. Eventually, our conversation faded into sleepy silence. That's when I first heard it. It started softly, a quiet rustling outside, leaves crunching gently beneath something heavy. At first, I assumed it was just wildlife, a deer or maybe a raccoon. I lay still, listening carefully. But the footsteps sounded too deliberate, too heavy to be an animal. "Tyler," I whispered into the darkness, "you awake?" He answered immediately, voice tight. "Yeah. You hear it too?" I nodded, though he couldn't see me. "What is it?" No clue, he murmured, tension clear in his voice, but it's big. We lay silently, barely breathing, listening to the steady crunch of footsteps circling slowly around the cabin. It was methodical, careful, like whoever or whatever it was wanted us to know it was there. Every step sent chills down my spine. Maybe it's Margaret, I finally whispered weakly, though I didn't believe it myself. Tyler shook his head, voice soft but firm. Why would she circle the cabin like that? He was right. Margaret was downstairs, asleep. We hadn't heard her move. Eventually, the footsteps stopped, leaving silence behind. Neither of us slept well that night. Morning finally arrived, pale sunlight creeping quietly into our room. We got up slowly, exhausted, and found Margaret downstairs sipping coffee. "Sleep okay?" she asked gently, though her eyes searched our faces carefully. "We heard something weird outside," I admitted quietly. "Footsteps, maybe an animal?" Margaret hesitated briefly, then nodded reassuringly. "Probably deer. They wander close sometimes." Tyler frowned, unconvinced, but said nothing else. After breakfast, we wandered outside, searching the soft dirt around the cabin carefully. There were deep impressions in the earth, large and strangely shaped, not quite animal, not quite human. Seeing them made my heart tighten painfully. "Does that look like deer tracks to you?" Tyler asked quietly, pointing at the strange marks. "No," I whispered, "not at all." We spent the day close to the cabin, nerves still frayed. Every rustle in the trees made us tense anxiously. Margaret watched us carefully, her expression unreadable. That night, we went to bed early again, hoping exhaustion might bring sleep. Instead, shortly after midnight, the footsteps returned. This time they seemed closer, heavier, moving deliberately, circling slowly again and again. "It's back," Tyler whispered shakily, eyes wide in the darkness. My pulse quickened sharply, fear coiling tightly inside me. We huddled silently, listening to the slow, heavy steps circling relentlessly. Eventually, in desperation, Tyler reached for the flashlight on his bedside table. "Wait," I whispered nervously, but he shook his head sharply, determined. "I need to know what it is," he insisted quietly, voice tight with fear. He crept slowly to the window, carefully pulling back the curtain and shining the flashlight beam into the trees. For a brief moment, there was nothing, just darkness, dense foliage, quiet stillness. Then, suddenly, the beam caught something standing just beyond the tree line. It was tall, pale gray, distinctly human-shaped, but impossibly elongated. Its limbs hung strangely at its sides, unnaturally long and thin. It didn't move when the light hit it. It didn't react at all. It just stood there, silently watching, perfectly still. My breath caught painfully in my throat, heart hammering violently. Tyler dropped the flashlight immediately, stumbling back, panic clear on his face. "What is that?" "I don't know," I whispered hoarsely, voice trembling uncontrollably. We scrambled away from the window, breathless and terrified, too frightened even to call for Margaret. We spent the rest of the night awake, huddled silently beneath blankets, listening anxiously for footsteps that thankfully never returned. When morning finally came, pale sunlight felt impossibly safe, comforting. We rushed downstairs to Margaret, words tumbling frantically as we described what we'd seen. But Margaret just listened quietly, eyes filled with quiet sadness rather than surprise. "It shows up when you stay too long," she finally said softly. "That's why I never come for more than 2 nights." Tyler and I stared at her in silent shock. Margaret's gentle face offered no further explanation, only quiet acceptance, as if she'd expected this all along. And I knew then, horribly and certainly, that whatever we'd seen outside was no illusion. It was real, quietly waiting in the darkness. And we'd stayed too long. Margaret didn't say anything else after that, just stood there in her flannel robe, sipping her coffee like she hadn't just admitted something completely insane. Tyler and I didn't know what to say. We just sat at the kitchen table, not touching our bowls of oatmeal, replaying her words over and over in our heads. "It shows up when you stay too long. That's why I never come for more than 2 nights." She acted like this was a known thing, like it was normal, as if what we saw, tall, gray, and watching, was just some expected guest, part of the forest routine. I kept waiting for her to laugh and say she was joking, but she never did. She just poured more coffee and opened a book like it was any other morning. Around mid-morning, Tyler leaned over and whispered, "We need to leave." I nodded. "Today, let's say we're bored or not feeling great. She can't argue with that." We waited until she stepped outside to hang laundry before grabbing our bags. We packed quietly, fast, just the essentials. I kept glancing out the window toward the woods. Nothing moved out there, but that only made me more nervous. I kept thinking about the way it didn't react when the light hit it, like it didn't care that we saw it, like it wanted us to. Just before we zipped our bags, Margaret came back in. She looked at the packed clothes and stopped in the doorway, reading the whole situation in about 2 seconds. "You're leaving," she said softly. Tyler cleared his throat. "Yeah, sorry. We just didn't sleep great, and it's a long drive. Figured we'd head out before it gets late." Margaret nodded slowly, but she didn't look surprised. "I understand." She didn't try to stop us, didn't ask questions. She just helped load the car, gave each of us a long, serious hug and said, "Drive safe, and don't stop until you hit the highway." Those last words made something tighten in my chest. We didn't. The dirt road leading out of Margaret's land felt longer than I remembered. Trees pressed closer on both sides, the canopy thicker, the sunlight dimmer. We didn't talk. Tyler's hands were tight on the wheel, knuckles white, eyes locked on the road ahead. I watched the trees pass by, every so often catching a shadow that made me flinch. Nothing was there. But it felt like something was watching us the whole way out. By the time we reached the main road, the tension finally broke. Tyler let out a sharp breath and shook his head. "What the hell was that thing?" "I don't know," I said, "but she knew about it." "She expected it," he added, glancing over at me. "That's the part that freaks me out the most." We didn't tell our parents the full story when we got home. Said the place was creepy, too quiet, not really our vibe. That was enough. Nobody pushed. I think they were just glad we were safe. But that week, I couldn't sleep. Every night, I lay awake staring at my closed door, wondering if I'd hear footsteps. wondering if I'd see that tall shape again, standing just outside my window. Every creak in the house made my heart lurch. Tyler and I didn't talk much either, not at first, but then, 4 days after we got back, he sent me a photo. It was a blurry shot taken in low light from his backyard. At first, I didn't get it. Then I saw it. Near the edge of the woods behind his house, just barely distinguishable from the tree trunks, was a long, pale shape, too tall, too still. A chill ran down my spine. He texted me right after. Didn't move, just stood there. I called him immediately. "You're sure it wasn't a shadow?" "I stayed up all night," he said. "It was there until about 4 in the morning. Then it was gone." "Did your parents see it?" He was quiet for a beat. They didn't believe me. Over the next week, it got worse. I started waking up to strange dreams. Always the woods, always that shape standing just beyond the trees waiting. Sometimes I saw Margaret in the dream standing next to it, not afraid. Just watching with it. Then one night, I woke up and my bedroom window was open. I never sleep with it open. I live on the second floor, and my screen had been pushed slightly out. Nothing else in the room was touched. Nothing was missing, but I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I called Margaret. I hadn't spoken to her since we left. She answered like she'd been expecting the call. "Still seeing it?" she asked before I could say anything. I hesitated, not directly, but Tyler got a photo, and I think it was outside my window. She sighed. "It lingers for a while, sometimes weeks." "What is it?" "I don't know," she said, "but I know it doesn't like when people overstay. The first 2 nights, it watches. After that, it starts to feel entitled." I didn't say anything. I could hear her lighting a cigarette on the other end. She never used to smoke, but I didn't mention it. "I tried to ask the locals about it years ago," she continued. "They wouldn't talk, just told me to keep visits short. No one stays in those woods for more than a couple nights. You can feel it, can't you?" I could. Even now, miles away, it hadn't let me go. "Why didn't you warn us?" I asked finally. She was quiet for a moment. "I thought maybe it wouldn't notice you, that it wouldn't care." But it did. "Yeah," she said softly, "it always does." That was the last time I spoke to her. A month later, Mom told me Margaret sold the cabin. No explanation, just packed up and left. Tyler stopped texting as much. I think the whole thing rattled him more than he let on. We both tried to move on, but some nights, even now, I wake up and check the window. I swear I still feel it sometimes, like someone standing just beyond the glass, waiting, watching. Whatever it was, it wasn't just tied to that cabin. It had followed us out. By the 3rd week, I knew for sure that it hadn't just stayed behind in the woods. It had come back with us. I didn't want to say it out loud. Hell, I didn't even want to think it. But the feeling, that creeping, stomach-hollowing sense of being watched, never went away. I'd be brushing my teeth and suddenly feel like someone was standing right behind me. I'd turn off the lights at night and instantly feel exposed, like I'd just given something permission to step closer. I started keeping the lamp by my bed on. It helped a little, but not much. Tyler was still acting normal, at least in front of everyone else, but I knew he wasn't sleeping either. He sent me a photo one night at 2:17 in the morning, his hallway, lit only by the nightlight near the bathroom. There wasn't anything obvious in the picture at first. Then I looked closer and saw the tall, slightly bowed shadow in the center of the hallway. It had no clear shape. It was just standing there. The next morning I texted him, "Did you tell anyone?" He replied a few minutes later, "Told my dad. He said it's just bad lighting. Told me to stop watching horror movies before bed." I didn't respond. What could I say? It wasn't just shadows, and it wasn't just paranoia. That same night, around 3 in the morning, I woke up gasping. No dream, no noise, just that feeling again, tight in my chest, electric along my skin, like I was being stared at through the walls. I sat up and looked toward the window, heart pounding. At first, I didn't see anything. Then my eyes adjusted. On the lawn, just past the edge of the porch light, something tall and still was standing near the trees, not moving, not swaying with the wind, just watching. I didn't move. I couldn't. I sat frozen, my breath shallow, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. I don't know how long I stayed that way. It felt like hours. At some point I blinked and it was gone. No sound, no movement, just gone. The next day, I started researching. I didn't even know what to search for. I started with vague terms: tall shadow in woods, being watched in forest, creature near cabin, nothing helpful. A lot of cryptid blogs, some Reddit threads, most of them sounding like the writers were either drunk or desperately trying to go viral. Then I found a thread buried in an old forum, one that hadn't been active in years. The topic was about forest myths specific to certain areas. One post, dated October of 2011, caught my attention. It was titled simply, "The Third Night." The user described a family trip to a remote cabin in northern Pennsylvania. Said everything had been normal until the third night, when they'd started hearing footsteps. Then came the shapes, tall, human-sized, always just beyond the tree line, always watching. The post ended like this: "We tried to leave on the fourth morning, but the car wouldn't start. That's when we knew it didn't want us to go. My brother said it followed him home. He's different now, quieter. Watches people when they sleep. I don't think he ever left that forest." That last part hit me like a punch to the gut. I sat back from my desk, palms sweating. The screen felt too bright, the room too quiet. That night, I asked Tyler to come over. He showed up just after dinner, his eyes hollow and bloodshot. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. "I've been hearing it again," he said before I even asked. "Last night it knocked on my window." I stared at him. "You sure?" He nodded slowly. It didn't sound like an animal. It was 2 knocks. Pause, then 2 more, like it knew what a knock was. I felt a cold wave roll through my chest. "Do you think it's trying to get in?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He didn't answer right away. When he did, his voice was flat. "I think it already has." We sat in silence for a long time. Eventually, I told him about the forum post, about the kid who said his brother never came back from the woods. Tyler listened quietly, then shook his head slowly. "No one would believe us," he said, "even if we showed them the photos. It's too vague, too blurry. They'd say it's a trick of the light." I nodded. "So what do we do?" "I think we need to go back." The words hit me like a slap. "Back? Are you out of your mind?" "Think about it," he said, voice low but intense. "It started there. Maybe it ends there. Maybe it only follows people who break the rule. 3 nights. Margaret never stays more than 2. We stayed 3. We broke the pattern." I didn't respond. My instincts screamed no, but deep down I understood. Something about that cabin, about those woods, felt like the beginning and the end of whatever this was. "If we go back," I said slowly, "we don't stay the night. We go early, we look around, and we leave before dark." "Agreed," he said. We set the date for that Saturday. I didn't tell my parents the real reason. Just said Tyler and I wanted one more weekend hike before school started up again. They didn't ask questions. When Saturday came, we packed light. Just snacks, water, flashlights, and salt. I don't even know why, just something I read online. Folk protection. Couldn't hurt. The road back to Margaret's cabin felt longer this time. The trees seemed thicker, the sky more overcast, like the whole forest had shifted since we left. The cabin was still there, of course, empty. Locked up, the windows dark. We didn't go inside. Instead, we walked the perimeter, circled the cabin, listened, waited. The woods were dead quiet, no bird song, no rustling, just silence. Even the wind felt like it had stopped. That's when Tyler pointed. Near the edge of the clearing, where the trees began, there were deep impressions in the dirt, footprints, barefoot, human-shaped but far too large. Each one was sunk deep into the soil, like whatever made them had real weight. We followed them a short way into the woods, 10 paces, maybe 15, then we stopped. Because ahead of us, in the center of a small clearing, something hung from the branches. Not a body. A shirt, Tyler's shirt, the one he lost on our first day at the cabin. It was perfectly clean, freshly folded, hung carefully from a tree branch like someone had done laundry. My mouth went dry. "It's waiting for us," Tyler whispered. "No," I said, backing up. "It's playing with us." We left immediately. Didn't run. Didn't speak. Just walked, steady and silent, all the way back to the car. And this time, we didn't look back. We didn't speak the entire drive home, not one word. Tyler kept both hands on the wheel, white-knuckled, his eyes fixed hard on the road ahead. I watched the trees pass by one after another, waiting for movement, some tall shape stepping between the trunks just out of reach. But we never saw it. And somehow, that was worse. When we finally pulled into my driveway, the sun was starting to dip behind the trees, casting long gold shadows across the lawn. Tyler didn't kill the engine right away. He just sat there, staring at his hands. "I thought going back would help," he muttered, "like it would break the hold it had or something." "Maybe it did," I offered, though I didn't believe it. Tyler looked up, finally meeting my eyes. "Did it feel smarter to you this time?" That question chilled me more than anything we'd seen in the woods, because yes, it did. The shirt hadn't been some random souvenir, it was a message. Something out there remembered us. It had waited, it had followed, and now it was showing us that it could take more if it wanted. That night, I couldn't sleep again. I lay in bed, blanket pulled to my chest, watching the window. I'd started keeping it locked, screen reinforced with screws, just in case. I kept the salt near the sill too, and a flashlight under my pillow. At 2:23 in the morning, I heard the footsteps again. Not in the hallway, not downstairs, outside, just past the window. Crunch, pause, crunch, pause. Steady, slow, heavy steps circling the house. I stayed completely still, barely breathing. Then something tapped the glass. Not hard, just once, like a polite knock. I didn't look. I couldn't. I kept my eyes closed, repeating to myself over and over, "It can't come in. It can't come in. It can't come in." Eventually, the footsteps faded. I stayed frozen until the sun started to rise. The next day, I called Margaret. She answered on the second ring, like she'd been waiting. "I didn't think you'd call again," she said. "We went back," I said quietly. "We found signs. It left something, and now it's worse." She was quiet for a long time. Then, softly, "You stayed 3 nights. That's the rule. You broke it." "I know," I said. "But why is that the rule? What is it, Margaret? What's out there?" Another pause. I heard her light a cigarette, exhale. "When I first bought the cabin," she said slowly, "I didn't believe the stories either. The locals talked about the 3rd night like it was some superstition. They never gave it a name. Never said what it was. Just that the woods changed if you stayed too long." I stayed silent. "The first time I heard it," she continued, "was my 3rd night up there too. Same footsteps, same feeling of being watched. I left the next morning and didn't come back for months. After that, I only ever stayed 2 nights. It left me alone." I leaned against the wall, heart thudding. "Why does it follow people?" "I don't know," she said, voice tight. "Maybe once it marks you, that's it. Maybe going back wakes it up again." "It left Tyler's shirt hanging in a tree," I told her. Silence. Then, "It's playing with you." "I need to stop it," I said. "We can't keep living like this." "You can't stop it," she said flatly. "You can only avoid it." That answer didn't sit right with me, not anymore. "What about the locals?" I asked. "Someone must know more." Margaret hesitated. "There's a man. Lives in a trailer just past the old ranger station. People call him Hawk. Used to work search and rescue. He saw something once. Walked away and never went back into the woods again." "How do I find him?" She sighed. "Drive to Pine Hollow. Ask at the gas station. Someone will point you his way." Tyler didn't like the idea at first. But after I showed him the scratches on my window screen, 3 long parallel grooves that hadn't been there the night before, he agreed. We left the next morning, no plan beyond finding this guy and hoping he'd give us something, anything. Pine Hollow wasn't much of a town. A diner, a post office, a hardware store, and one lonely gas station on the edge of the road. We pulled in around 11, and while Tyler filled up, I went inside. The guy behind the counter looked about 60, sun-damaged face, yellowing beard. He was stocking shelves with canned beans. "Hey," I said, keeping my voice low, "we're looking for someone. A man named Hawk." The guy stopped, didn't turn around, just stood there for a beat. "You boys come from the woods?" he asked. I froze. "Yeah." "Third night?" I nodded slowly. He sighed, then turned. His eyes looked tired. "You drive back 3 miles. Look for a mailbox with a feather painted on it. Don't knock. Just wait outside. He'll come to you." I thanked him, left a 10 on the counter for a soda I hadn't taken, and got back in the car. We found the mailbox easily, rusted, the feather hand-painted in white. Tyler parked just off the gravel road. We got out and stood near the front porch of the trailer. No lights on, no sound inside. We waited. About 10 minutes later, the screen door creaked open. A tall man stepped out, lean, weathered, white hair, pulled back in a ponytail. He didn't say anything, just looked at us. "We were told you could help," I said. He didn't speak, just nodded once, then he motioned for us to follow. He led us around the side of the trailer to a small shed. Inside, shelves were stacked with old hunting gear, maps, field journals. He sat down on a crate and pointed at another. "Sit," he said simply. We did. "You saw it?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "How many nights?" 3. He nodded. "That's when it notices, not before." "What is it?" Tyler asked, his voice cracked. Hawk leaned back. "It's not a person, not an animal. Doesn't breathe, doesn't blink. You look at it too long, you start forgetting what it is you're looking at." "Why does it follow people?" I asked. "Because you stayed," he said simply, "and it doesn't like to be seen." I swallowed. "Can we stop it?" He looked at me for a long time, then said, "You can try, but you'll have to face it. Not run, not hide. You want it to stop following? You'll have to show it you're not afraid." "Where?" I asked. He pointed at the map pinned to the wall. Where it began, the circle of stones, old place, older than any of us. That's where you look it in the eye. Tyler and I exchanged a glance, because we both understood what that meant. We'd have to go back, not just to the cabin, but deeper into the woods, to where it had first noticed us, to where it had been waiting. We waited 1 week before going back, not because we needed time to plan, or because we weren't sure. It was because we were scared, fully, deeply scared. The kind that settles in your chest and makes your hands shake when you think too long about what's coming. Hawk hadn't given us much more after that first conversation. He drew a red circle on a map, said it was roughly a 2-mile hike from the cabin through unmarked woods. "You'll know it when you find it," he told us. "The ground feels wrong there." We spent the next few days preparing, bought better flashlights, portable lanterns, and those hand-warming packs people use for skiing. Neither of us mentioned the cold, but we both remembered it. That weird, biting chill that had settled around us the 3rd night at Margaret's cabin. like the temperature dropped just for us. I didn't tell my parents where we were going, just said Tyler and I were going camping for one last weekend before fall. They gave me the usual rules: be careful, don't get lost, check in if we got signal. We both knew we wouldn't. Saturday morning we left just after 7. The drive was quiet. We had the map Hawk gave us, marked with his red pen, and a second map Margaret had kept in the cabin that showed the general terrain. They didn't line up exactly. His showed a place that wasn't on any trail. By 10:15 we were parked again at the edge of Margaret's property. The woods greeted us with that same heavy silence, like they remembered us, like they were waiting. We brought only what we could carry: flashlights, snacks, backup batteries, water, and a knife each. Not that we thought knives would do much. At the tree line, Tyler paused. "You sure about this?" "No," I said honestly, "but we're here." We stepped into the woods. The first mile was manageable. The old trail was overgrown but still walkable. Sunlight filtered through the trees in long, pale beams, and for a little while it felt like any normal hike. But once we left the trail and started cutting through the underbrush, everything changed. The woods grew darker, not just because of the trees, but because the light itself felt dimmer, like the sun couldn't reach this part of the forest. Our footsteps softened. The air grew cold. "Feel that?" Tyler asked. "Yeah. Like we're not supposed to be here." We pushed forward anyway, checking the compass and following the direction Hawk had drawn. No trails now. Just thick, damp moss, tree roots like veins across the ground, and that constant growing sense that something was watching us from just beyond the trees. Around 2:30, we found the clearing. There was no mistaking it. The trees thinned into a near-perfect circle about 30 feet across. The grass was dead in the center, like something had burned it decades ago and nothing ever regrew. Around the edge of the clearing stood 7 stones, each one about knee-height, arranged in a rough ring. The minute we stepped into the clearing, the temperature dropped. Not a breeze, not wind, just a sudden, sharp cold like walking into a freezer. Tyler exhaled sharply, his breath misted in the air. "This is it," I said quietly. He nodded. "So, now what?" I looked around the clearing, heart pounding. The stones didn't look special. They weren't carved or marked, just rough, weather-worn slabs half sunken into the dirt. But there was something about them, something that made me feel small. "We wait," I said. We set up the lanterns around the edge, one near each stone. We lit them just before sunset. The sky had turned the color of wet ash, gray and dull, the light fading fast. By 6 o'clock, the clearing was wrapped in a kind of unnatural silence, not just quiet absent, like sound had been swallowed. Tyler sat next to me on a log just outside the circle. "You think it'll come?" he asked. "It's already here," I said. He looked at me, unsure. "How do you know?" I didn't answer. Because I felt it. Not heard it, not saw it, but I felt it. Like pressure in the air, like a storm building around us, except the sky was calm and no wind moved. The lanterns flickered. One by one, they dimmed then, brightened again. A sound came from the woods, a soft crunch, then another, slow, steady. Tyler stood up, clutching the flashlight. From between two trees at the far side of the clearing, it stepped forward. Tall, gray, human-shaped, but not human. Its limbs were too long, its body too thin. It had no face, just smooth, pale skin where one should be. No eyes, no mouth, nothing. But it was looking at us. I knew it. Tyler froze beside me. We didn't run. We didn't speak. We just stood there, breathing hard, watching it as it crossed the tree line and stepped into the circle. It moved slowly, like it had all the time in the world. When it reached the center, it stopped and turned toward me. My whole body screamed to run, but I remembered what Hawk said. You want it to stop following? You'll have to show it you're not afraid. I stepped forward, into the circle. Tyler grabbed my arm. What are you doing? Trust me, I said. He let go. I walked slowly, one foot after another, until I was just 6 feet from it. I looked up at its featureless face, and I spoke. I see you, I said. The thing didn't move. You followed us, I continued. But you don't belong with us, and we don't belong with you. My voice shook, but I kept going. You're done now. You can go. The air grew thicker, the cold sharper. The trees around the clearing began to groan, creaking like old bones. The thing tilted its head slightly. Then, slowly, it stepped backward. One step, then another. It walked to the edge of the stones, paused, and vanished into the woods. No sound, no movement, just gone. The clearing fell silent again. Tyler came up behind me, shaking. Did that work? I don't know, I said, but it's gone. We waited another hour just to be sure. Then we gathered our things and left. The hike back was faster. The woods felt different now, still cold, still quiet, but the watching feeling, that was gone. When we reached the car, we didn't say anything. We just looked at each other and nodded. Something had ended in that clearing. Something had listened. And for now, at least, it was over. The ride home was almost silent. Tyler kept one hand on the wheel, the other resting on the open window like he always did when he was trying to keep himself from shaking. I didn't say much. I watched the trees pass outside the passenger window, each one fading behind us like the end of some slow, strange dream. The forest didn't feel like it was following us anymore. I know that sounds vague, maybe even a little dramatic, but if you've ever been watched, really watched, you'd understand. The last time we left Margaret's cabin, I could feel it pressing against the back of my neck all the way to the highway. This time there was nothing, just stillness, just quiet. We made it home just after dark. Tyler dropped me off first. He didn't come inside. He just sat in the driveway, engine running, headlights cutting through the dark. I leaned through the open window and asked him, "You gonna be okay?" He nodded. "I think so." Neither of us said the words. but we both knew what we meant. It's over. I went inside, dropped my bag in the hallway, and stood still for a long time. The house was quiet, too quiet, but not wrong, not like before. The air didn't feel cold. My skin didn't prickle. I didn't feel like something was hiding in the corners. I went to my room and turned on the lamp, pulled the curtain back slowly, and looked out the window. Nothing but the yard, the old tree, a breeze shifting the leaves. I went to sleep that night for the first time in weeks without checking the locks twice, without a flashlight under my pillow, and for the first time since the trip, I didn't wake up in the middle of the night. No footsteps outside, no tapping, just sleep. Peaceful, heavy, real. The next morning, I called Margaret. She answered on the second ring, just like last time. "You're okay," she said, before I even spoke. "Yeah," I replied. "We did what Hawk said." She didn't ask for details. Maybe she didn't need to. It leaves you alone if you face it. That's what he always said. There was a pause on the line. Then her voice came through softer. "I should have warned you better. That was my mistake." "You gave us enough," I told her. "We figured the rest out." "Most people don't," she said. I didn't ask what she meant by that. We talked a little longer, but only about surface things, how school would start soon, how Tyler's truck needed a new battery, how the weather was starting to turn. Nothing about the forest. Nothing about what we saw. That was the last time we talked about it. Summer ended. Fall came and went. School picked up again, and life went back to its usual rhythm: classes, work, a part-time job at the grocery store. I still saw Tyler now and then. We didn't mention the trip. Not because we were pretending it didn't happen, but because there wasn't anything left to say. It was over. We had gone back. We had stood in front of something we weren't supposed to see, and we had walked away. But even now, years later, I still think about it sometimes. There were changes, small things, easy to overlook unless you knew what you were looking for. Tyler doesn't go into the woods anymore, not even for short hikes, not even on trails. He says it's not worth the risk, says he's retired from nature. It's a joke mostly, but not entirely. And me? I still get that feeling now and then, usually late at night when the house is quiet and I'm the only one awake. I'll be brushing my teeth or looking out the window, and I'll suddenly feel like someone's standing just at the edge of the yard, behind the tree line, watching, waiting. But nothing's ever there. Not really. At least, not in a way you can see. I think Hawk was right. You can't kill something like that. You can't trap it, or prove it, or explain it to anyone who hasn't seen it for themselves. But you can face it. You can let it know that you're not running. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough. Maybe that's all it wanted. To be seen. To be known. To be understood as real. Whatever it was, it changed me, changed us. Not in the ways people usually mean when they say that. We didn't become braver, or smarter, or stronger. We just became aware of the thinness between this world and whatever else is out there. The cracks in the trees, the silence that hangs too long, the feeling that you're not alone, even when no one else is around. Margaret sold the cabin that winter. Didn't give a reason. Just packed up and handed the keys to some out-of-town couple looking for peace and quiet. She didn't tell them about the third night. I asked her why once. She just looked at me and said, "If they stay too long, they'll find out." Maybe she was right. Maybe some people need to find out for themselves. I still have the map Hawk gave us. I keep it folded in the back of a notebook I don't use anymore. Every once in a while, I take it out. I trace the red circle with my finger, the clearing, the ring of stones, the place where the rules live. And I remember everything, the thing we saw, the cold that followed, the way the woods didn't just surround us, but listened to us, responded. I think that place is older than the trees, older than the land. And I think it's still waiting. Not for me, but for whoever steps into the woods next. Whoever thinks 3 nights is just another sleepover. Whoever shines a light into the trees and thinks that what they see staring back is nothing to be afraid of. It's quiet now. The windows stay closed. The lights stay on. And when I go to sleep, I never leave my curtains open. Not because I'm scared anymore, but because I've seen what's out there. And I don't need to see it again. It was supposed to be a fresh start, something uncomplicated after everything I'd just been through. When I found the listing online, it felt almost too good to be true. A cozy apartment in a quiet neighborhood, fully furnished, utilities included, at a price well below anything else I'd seen. The photos were bright, tidy, and inviting, exactly what I needed. I messaged the roommate immediately, half expecting it to be already taken. To my surprise, a reply popped up within minutes. "Hey, the place is still available. My last roommate just moved out unexpectedly. You're welcome to come by and take a look if you'd like, Rachel." We arranged to meet the next day. When I arrived, Rachel greeted me with a smile that felt genuinely warm. She seemed pleasant mid-20s, petite with wavy brown hair and soft, welcoming eyes. Her voice was quiet and gentle, the kind you naturally leaned in to hear. The apartment itself was exactly like the pictures, clean, comfortable, and surprisingly spacious. Rachel showed me around, pointing out the small touches she'd added herself, artwork she'd painted, neatly arranged houseplants on every windowsill, soft throw blankets draped across the sofa. "You can have the larger room," she offered quietly, leading me down a short hallway. "I don't need much space myself." My new bedroom was bright, cozy, and instantly appealing. Large windows allowed warm sunlight to filter softly across the hardwood floors. The walls were freshly painted a calming shade of gray-blue. Everything about it felt safe, comfortable, and perfectly normal. I moved in the following weekend, settling quickly into a comfortable routine. Rachel was easy to live with. She kept to herself most of the time, working from home quietly at a small desk in the corner of the living room. She was always polite, considerate, and unobtrusive, the ideal roommate. Occasionally, we'd share small conversations about our days or exchange recommendations for movies, but mostly we lived our lives quietly alongside one another. It wasn't until about 3 weeks into living together that I first noticed something strange. It started innocently enough. One morning I woke up to find my bedroom door slightly ajar, even though I always closed it before bed. At first I barely noticed, shrugging it off as carelessness on my part. Maybe I hadn't latched it fully, or the draft had nudged it open overnight. I didn't think much of it at the time. But it happened again the following night, and the night after that. Each morning I'd wake up to find the door gently cracked open. No more than an inch or two, just enough to notice. Each time I saw it, a quiet sense of unease began to grow. One afternoon, casually over coffee, I mentioned it to Rachel, trying to sound light-hearted. "Hey, have you noticed if my door opens itself at night? Maybe there's a draft or something." She looked up slowly, her face neutral, almost unreadable. "Not that I've noticed," she replied softly, eyes meeting mine briefly before returning to her cup. "Maybe it doesn't latch right." "Yeah, maybe," I agreed, though a small doubt lingered. "I'll check tonight." That evening I carefully tested the latch. It clicked firmly into place. I even pushed on it gently, confirming it was secure. I climbed into bed feeling reassured. Yet when morning came, the door was again slightly open, just enough to make my heart quicken a little. I stared at it silently, confusion and unease creeping deeper into my chest. After that, I became more careful. I made sure to fully close my door each night, checking it twice. But no matter how securely I latched it, it was always cracked open by morning, quietly taunting me. One night, unable to sleep, I stayed awake in bed, staring quietly at the door, waiting to catch it opening. Minutes stretched into hours. My eyelids eventually felt heavy, the stillness of the night gradually pulling me towards sleep. Just as I began drifting off, a quiet noise jolted me awake, a soft creaking sound, almost imperceptible. My heart thumped sharply. In the faint moonlight, I watched silently as my door slowly, almost hesitantly, inched open a fraction. I froze completely, breath held, listening intently. A gentle shadow flickered briefly in the small gap, as though someone had quietly passed by my doorway. The floor creaked softly again, footsteps padding gently down the hallway, then silence. My pulse roared in my ears. Carefully, I slipped out of bed, stepping quietly to my door. My hands trembled slightly as I peered out into the dimly lit hallway. It was empty. The apartment was silent. Rachel's bedroom door was closed, still and undisturbed. I felt foolish standing there. Maybe I'd imagined it all. The apartment was old. It was normal for doors and floors to creak occasionally. But my unease wouldn't fade. Something about this felt wrong. The next morning at breakfast, I watched Rachel carefully as we drank our coffee. She seemed perfectly normal, calm, composed, quietly sipping from her mug. I searched for any sign she'd been awake last night, but found nothing suspicious. "Did you sleep okay?" she asked suddenly, breaking the quiet. "Yeah," I lied automatically, forcing a small smile. "Did you hear anything weird last night?" She looked at me directly, eyes steady and calm. "No. Why?" I hesitated, feeling suddenly silly. "Nothing. Just thought I heard something." She smiled gently, reassuringly. "Old apartment noises, probably. Happens sometimes." "Right. I agreed weakly, though nothing about it felt right. Later that afternoon, when Rachel stepped out briefly, I found myself quietly searching online for security cameras, small, discreet ones. My fingers hesitated slightly before clicking purchase. A camera felt excessive, paranoid, but I couldn't shake the quiet dread building inside me. I needed answers. I installed it carefully that night, hidden discreetly on a bookshelf overlooking my bed and doorway. As I lay awake, staring into the dark, anxiety churned quietly inside my chest. My bedroom door was shut tight, latched securely. The camera recorded silently, a quiet red light, the only sign it was on. I forced myself to sleep, wondering if I'd wake again to find the door cracked open, or perhaps discover it had all been my imagination. But deep down, a quiet voice whispered insistently, I wasn't imagining anything. Someone had been in my room, and soon enough, I'd know exactly who. The morning after setting up the camera, I woke earlier than usual. My heart was already pounding before I even opened my eyes, a tight, anxious feeling pulling me fully awake. My door was open again just slightly, enough to unsettle me all over again. I quickly grabbed my phone and opened the camera app. For a moment, my finger hovered uncertainly over the recorded footage, afraid of what I might see, but even more afraid of not knowing. I swallowed, bracing myself, and pressed play. The video began in darkness, the quiet stillness of my bedroom obvious even on screen. I fast-forwarded slowly, breath tight in my chest, eyes straining to catch any movement. For several minutes, there was nothing. Then suddenly, at 2:27 a.m., the recording showed my bedroom door inching silently open. My pulse quickened, my eyes widening as I watched. At first, nothing else moved, just the door opening, the shadows of the hallway deep and impenetrable. Then, slowly and deliberately, a figure emerged. Rachel. My chest tightened painfully as I watched her quietly step into the doorway. Even in the grainy footage, she looked perfectly calm, composed, and awake. She stood perfectly still, her eyes fixed intently on my sleeping form. She didn't move, didn't speak, didn't do anything but watch me silently for what felt like an impossibly long moment. My hands shook as I continued watching, a feeling of violation crawling over me. She took one careful step forward into the room, still perfectly quiet. Her face remained neutral, unreadable in the dim glow from the hallway. She watched me sleep for several more minutes perfectly still, like some unsettling statue in the darkness. And then, as casually as she'd entered, Rachel turned quietly, pulling my door gently closed behind her, leaving it open just slightly. The footage ended there, the darkness returning, the quiet resettling as if nothing had happened. But everything had changed. My breath caught sharply in my chest. I rewound the video, watching it again, her silent entry, the patient stillness, her calm, controlled movements. There was nothing accidental about it, nothing hurried or confused. It wasn't sleepwalking, not the way she moved, not the way she watched me with such calm precision. Rachel had known exactly what she was doing. I sat on my bed, holding my phone tightly, heart thumping painfully, mind racing. What had I just seen? What possible explanation could there be? I felt sickened, My sense of safety shattered entirely. I'd moved in here trusting Rachel, a quiet, harmless roommate who'd seemed nothing but kind and considerate. But now, in this quiet, eerie moment, all that trust felt horrifyingly misplaced. My first instinct was to confront her immediately, demand answers, demand an explanation, but fear held me back. The idea of facing her now, after seeing what she'd done, terrified me. What if she reacted violently, or simply denied it outright? What if she had an explanation that seemed innocent, one I desperately wanted to believe, but couldn't trust? Instead, I decided to wait. I needed to think, to understand more clearly what was happening. I forced myself through the morning routine, getting ready for work mechanically, heart still racing with quiet dread. Rachel emerged from her room shortly after me, smiling gently as if everything were perfectly normal. "Good morning," she said softly, her voice calm and warm. "Did you sleep okay?" I studied her carefully, looking for any hint of guilt or unease, but saw nothing unusual, just her usual gentle demeanor. It frightened me how perfectly normal she seemed. She was either an incredible liar or completely unaware of what she'd done. I was restless, I admitted carefully, watching her reaction closely. Rachel frowned slightly, eyes sympathetic. "I'm sorry. Maybe try some chamomile tea tonight. It always helps me." Her concern sounded genuine, her voice steady, untroubled. If I hadn't seen the footage myself, I'd have believed her completely. A cold wave of uncertainty washed over me. Could someone sleepwalk so calmly, so deliberately, and remember nothing? Throughout the day at work, I couldn't focus. Every interaction felt muted, unreal. My mind kept replaying the footage, Rachel's quiet, purposeful movements, the eerie calmness on her face as she watched me sleep. I felt increasingly trapped, uncertain how to handle the situation. Should I involve someone else, a friend, the landlord, the police? I had evidence after all. But something held me back, some quiet, fearful part of myself still wanting desperately to find a rational explanation. Maybe Rachel really was sleepwalking, unaware and innocent. Maybe she'd be horrified if she knew, or maybe she knew exactly what she was doing, and confronting her would escalate things dangerously. That night, returning to the apartment, I felt a tense dread building in my chest. Rachel greeted me warmly again, perfectly normal. I forced myself to act naturally, exchanging small talk, making dinner in awkward silence. She seemed completely oblivious to my discomfort. As the evening dragged on, I decided to subtly test her. "Hey, Rachel," I said, keeping my voice casual, "have you ever had trouble sleeping?" She glanced up, thoughtful. "Sometimes. Why?" I hesitated slightly, then continued carefully. "Do you ever sleepwalk or anything?" She paused, seeming to consider it genuinely. "Not usually. Although, when I was younger, my mom said I did a couple of times. Why? Have you seen me doing anything weird?" Her question sounded innocent enough, but something about her careful wording, her neutral expression, felt slightly off. I shook my head, trying to keep my voice steady. "No, nothing specific, just wondered." She smiled again gently. "Good. Let me know if you do, though. I'd hate to freak you out or something." The quiet irony of her statement sent chills down my spine. I forced a smile, feeling sick. Yeah, sure. That night, I lay awake for hours, heart racing, staring at my door, waiting for it to quietly inch open again. This time, I left a lamp dimly lit, hoping the faint light might deter her, or at least help the camera catch clearer footage. Hours dragged by silently, exhaustion eventually pulling me towards sleep despite my anxiety. Just as I drifted off, a sound jolted me awake, a quiet, careful footstep just outside my door. I lay perfectly still, breathing shallowly, listening closely. Another gentle creak of the floorboards, closer now. Then, silence again, heavy and thick. My door didn't move, didn't open, but I felt the presence just beyond, quiet and watchful. Heart pounding, I waited in terrified silence, seconds stretching painfully. Finally, the footsteps retreated slowly down the hall. My door remained closed this time. But I knew with absolute certainty Rachel hadn't been sleeping. She'd been waiting quietly, testing how far she could go. And I was running out of time to figure out why. I didn't sleep at all after hearing Rachel outside my door that night. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, every nerve in my body raw with anxiety. My heart wouldn't slow, my mind wouldn't quiet, and every tiny sound, the wind rattling the window slightly, the hum of the refrigerator became amplified, unbearably loud in the stillness. By the time morning finally came, I was exhausted and shaking. I forced myself out of bed, determined not to show any sign that something was wrong. Rachel was already up, quietly sitting at the kitchen table, sipping coffee and scrolling through her phone. She looked up and smiled gently as I entered, perfectly normal, her usual calm, untroubled self. "Good morning," she said softly, her voice smooth, pleasant. "How'd you sleep?" "Fine," I lied, voice tight despite my attempt to sound casual. "You?" "Pretty good, actually." She studied me briefly, her eyes unreadable. "You look tired, though. Everything okay?" My chest tightened. She sounded genuinely concerned, but now I questioned every single thing she said, every look she gave. Was she playing innocent? Was she testing me? "Just restless," I managed, avoiding her eyes as I poured myself coffee. She nodded sympathetically, returning quietly to her phone. "I get nights like that. Usually passes pretty quick." I sat down across from her, sipping the coffee slowly, hoping the caffeine would steady my nerves. I wanted to confront her, to tell her that I knew exactly what she was doing at night, but every time I tried to form the words, fear choked them back down. Instead, we sat in strained silence, each pretending nothing was wrong. When Rachel finally stood up, smiling quietly, and went back to her room to work, I felt the tension ease slightly. Alone, I opened my laptop, staring again at the footage from the previous night. The camera clearly showed her standing just outside my door, perfectly awake, quietly waiting. She'd hesitated there for nearly 5 full minutes, shifting slightly, occasionally glancing at the door handle before turning away, retreating down the hall again. It terrified me, seeing how carefully she'd considered entering my room again. She was clearly testing boundaries, carefully figuring out how far she could push without being caught. I knew then that I couldn't stay silent any longer. I had to confront her directly. If I didn't, Who knew what else she'd try next, or how far she'd be willing to go? I waited nervously for most of the day, planning exactly how to approach it. When Rachel finally emerged from her room late in the afternoon, stretching slightly, I forced myself to speak, my voice tight with anxiety. "Hey, Rachel, can we talk for a minute?" She paused, turning slowly to face me, eyebrows raised slightly, mild curiosity on her face. "Sure, what's up?" My pulse raced painfully. "It's about something I noticed." She tilted her head slightly, patient, calm. "Okay, what is it?" Taking a deep breath, I spoke quickly before fear could stop me again. "I have a camera in my room. I saw you. I know you've been coming into my room at night, standing there watching me." For a long, silent moment, Rachel didn't say a word. Her expression barely changed, just a subtle tightening around her eyes, a slight tension in her mouth. Finally, she nodded slowly. "I was afraid of this," she said quietly, voice perfectly calm, measured. "I was hoping it wouldn't happen again." I blinked, startled. "What?" She sighed softly, almost regretfully, and sat down across from me, eyes downcast. "I'm really sorry. I should have told you when you moved in, but I hoped it wouldn't matter." "Wouldn't matter?" I repeated incredulously, panic rising sharply. "Rachel, you're standing in my doorway every night, just watching me sleep. What do you mean?" She met my eyes then, quietly pleading. "I have a condition, parasomnia. It's a type of sleep disorder, basically extreme sleepwalking. It started when I was a teenager. Usually it's harmless, just wandering around a bit. But sometimes I stand in doorways or quietly watch people sleep. I don't even realize I'm doing it." Her voice shook slightly, eyes wide, earnest. "I promise, I'm not trying to scare you or hurt you. I don't even remember doing it most of the time. It just happens, and I can't control it." I sat there, stunned, torn between relief and suspicion. Her explanation sounded sincere, even plausible. But something deep inside me remained hesitant, wary. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked slowly, voice still uncertain. Rachel lowered her gaze again, voice soft, regretful. "Because it's humiliating. Who wants to tell their new roommate they might wake up at night to find them staring from the doorway? My last roommate freaked out when she found out and left immediately. I thought maybe it wouldn't happen with you, or that if it did, I could control it." She looked at me again, quiet desperation clear in her expression. "I don't want you to leave too. I like having you here, genuinely. I'm sorry I should have been up front. If you want to move out, I understand completely." We sat silently for a long moment, my mind racing to process everything. On the surface, her explanation made sense, and part of me desperately wanted to believe her. But the way she'd moved in the footage, the calm, deliberate steps, the quiet calculation still left me uneasy. Could sleepwalking really look that intentional? "How often does it happen?" I finally asked, voice hesitant. Rachel exhaled softly. "It comes and goes, sometimes not for months, then it starts again. Usually when I'm stressed or anxious." She paused, quietly pleading. "If you decide to stay, I'll lock my bedroom door. I'll do anything you need to feel comfortable, please." The sincerity in her voice felt real, impossible to fake. Still, I hesitated. Trust had been fractured, perhaps irreparably. "Can you see a doctor or something?" I asked carefully. "Maybe medication could help." She nodded quickly. "Of course. I've tried before, but I'll try again. Whatever you want." Her desperation, her eagerness to reassure me, slowly softened my fears. Maybe it really was a condition, something she genuinely couldn't control. Maybe she'd hidden it only out of fear of judgment. "Okay," I finally said softly. "I'll stay for now. But please, Rachel, no more secrets." Relief flooded her face instantly. "Thank you. I promise. I'll figure this out." Later that night I lay awake again, unable to fully shake my lingering unease. Rachel's explanation seemed honest, her intentions sincere. But as much as I wanted to believe it, a quiet voice deep inside wouldn't fully let me. Parasomnia or not, I knew one thing clearly. I would keep the camera recording. Just in case Rachel's explanation wasn't the truth. Just in case there was something far darker quietly hidden beneath her gentle facade. Because now, despite all her reassurances, I couldn't ignore one unsettling fact. She'd never actually promised it would stop. The next few nights were quiet, almost suspiciously so. Rachel kept her promise and began locking her bedroom door at night, making a deliberate, reassuring show of it each evening. Each click of her door latch felt like a quiet reminder, her silent reassurance that nothing would happen again. But even though nothing unusual occurred, my anxiety didn't fade. Instead, it grew quietly, persistently, settling into a constant knot deep inside my chest. Every night, I'd still lie awake, watching my own door nervously, waiting for it to creak open again. I'd replay Rachel's careful movements in my mind, the quiet, deliberate way she'd stood in my doorway, her calm, unwavering stare fixed upon me. Could that truly have been a sleepwalking episode? Deep down, I still couldn't fully believe it. Something about Rachel's explanation had felt too practiced, too convenient. Yet, I desperately wanted to trust her. She'd been nothing but gentle and considerate, aside from these bizarre nighttime episodes. Maybe her condition really was uncontrollable. Maybe she truly couldn't help it. Still, I kept the camera recording, unable to let go of my suspicion. I checked it each morning, half expecting, almost hoping to find proof she'd been lying. But the footage was empty each time, the nights passing quietly, uneventfully. After a few days, Rachel started acting even more careful around me. She kept her voice softer than usual, her movements gentle and slow, as though constantly trying not to startle or upset me. She'd ask repeatedly if I was comfortable, if there was anything else she could do to reassure me. She even began leaving little notes around the apartment, quietly apologizing again, offering small gestures of kindness like fresh brewed coffee or favorite snacks, as if desperate to regain my trust. As kind as these gestures were, they somehow made me feel worse, each one quietly emphasizing how fragile our trust had become. The apartment began to feel oppressive, tension hanging quietly between us, silently filling the spaces where easy friendship had once existed. Then, one morning, I woke up to find a small folded note slipped under my door. It simply read, "I've made an appointment with a specialist about my sleep issues. It's next Monday. I'll fix this, I promise, Rachel. I stared at the note quietly for a long moment, feeling conflicted. On one hand, it seemed like a genuine step toward addressing her problem. But on the other, the quiet desperation in her gesture left me uneasy. Was it sincere, or just another carefully calculated move? That afternoon I decided I needed time away from the quiet tension building relentlessly inside the apartment. I texted a close friend, Ellie, asking if she was free to meet up. "Absolutely," she replied instantly. "Coffee at our usual spot?" Seeing Ellie felt like a quiet relief, the first bit of comfort I'd felt in days. As we sat across from each other in the familiar cafe, her concern grew visibly as I quietly recounted what had happened with Rachel. "That's seriously creepy," Ellie said softly, eyes wide. "Are you sure it's sleepwalking?" I shook my head slowly, anxiety tightening again in my chest. "I don't know. She seems genuine, but the way she moved it just doesn't seem right. It was too controlled." Ellie frowned deeply, voice hesitant. "Have you tried looking her up? Social media, online, just to make sure nothing else weird pops up?" My stomach dropped slightly. "No, I hadn't even thought of that." "It might be worth it," Ellie said gently. "At least you'd know if there's something else she's hiding." Later, alone in my car, I took Ellie's advice. My fingers trembled slightly as I typed Rachel's full name into the search bar, heart quickening anxiously as results slowly loaded. Most were harmless old social media profiles, a forgotten LinkedIn page, but deeper into the results, something quietly unsettling appeared. It was a small article from a local news site, dated almost 4 years earlier. The headline read simply, "Local woman reports strange nighttime intruder. Police find no evidence." Heart pounding, I opened the article slowly, anxiety tightening painfully in my chest. Police responded last night to a call from a local resident claiming she had awoken multiple times to find an unidentified woman standing quietly in her bedroom doorway. Despite multiple searches, officers found no evidence of forced entry or an intruder. The resident insists the woman was real, describing her as young, petite, with wavy brown hair, calmly watching her sleep. Authorities have labeled the incident an isolated sleep-related hallucination, but the resident insists otherwise. My breathing became ragged, dread quietly crawling across my skin. The description matched Rachel exactly. Petite, wavy brown hair, calm demeanor. It couldn't be a coincidence. My mind raced, the quiet pieces clicking horribly into place. Rachel had said her last roommate left abruptly, but she'd never explained why. What if she hadn't been the first? How many others had quietly fled, disturbed by her nocturnal habits, too afraid or uncertain to confront her directly? I returned home later that evening, feeling deeply unsettled. Rachel greeted me warmly as usual, completely unaware I'd discovered anything new. I forced a smile, my stomach twisting painfully as I struggled to pretend everything was fine. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept every light in my room off, feigning normalcy, but stayed silently awake, listening carefully for any quiet sound from Rachel's room. Shortly after 2 a.m., I heard it again, a soft creak of her bedroom door, barely audible, as she stepped quietly into the hall. My pulse quickened sharply, heart hammering as quiet footsteps slowly approached my room. I remained perfectly still, barely breathing, watching through narrowed eyes as my door slowly, silently opened. Rachel stood again in the doorway, perfectly awake, perfectly calm, her face expressionless in the dim moonlight. She took one deliberate step inside, moving carefully, quietly closer to my bed. She stopped only inches away, standing perfectly still, staring down at me. My heart thundered violently, panic clawing at my throat. Then, softly, barely audible, Rachel whispered something, a quiet phrase that turned my blood to ice. "Almost ready." She turned slowly, calmly walking back toward the door, shutting it silently behind her. The apartment fell silent again, as if she'd never been there. But now I understood exactly what was happening. Rachel wasn't sleepwalking. She was quietly waiting, patiently testing my boundaries, carefully seeing how close she could get, how far she could quietly push. And with each step, each whispered phrase, she was growing more confident, more certain. I knew then that Rachel's quiet, gentle facade was exactly that, a carefully constructed mask, hiding something deeply unsettling beneath. I was quietly trapped, silently watched, caught within her patient, obsessive game. And now, quietly terrified in my own bed, I realized I had no idea what she planned to do next. After hearing Rachel whisper those two quiet words, "almost ready," I felt paralyzed. Panic surged inside me, cold and sharp, freezing my muscles. I lay awake for hours afterward, staring into the darkness, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loudly. Every quiet creak of the apartment seemed amplified. Every shadow shifting along the walls felt like Rachel quietly returning. When morning finally came, my body felt hollow and drained. Exhaustion settled deep into my bones. But beneath the tiredness, a quiet, persistent determination began forming. I couldn't stay here. Not after what I'd seen, what I'd heard. Rachel wasn't just sleepwalking. This was deliberate, planned, dangerous. I knew I had to leave, and soon, but confronting Rachel openly felt impossibly risky. If she sensed I was onto her, who knew what she'd do? I needed to quietly prepare, carefully gather my things, and slip away before she realized I was leaving. For the rest of the morning, I moved carefully around the apartment, trying desperately to appear normal. Rachel emerged around 9, quietly preparing her coffee, moving with the same calm precision as always. She smiled at me gently, perfectly composed. "Morning," she said softly, glancing briefly at my face. "How did you sleep?" I forced a small smile, heart hammering in my chest. "Fine, you?" "Really well," she replied, voice calm and gentle. "I think locking my door has been helping a lot. Haven't had any sleep issues since." I stared at her quietly, stunned by how convincingly sincere she sounded. Her lies had become seamless, completely believable. She was good, terrifyingly good, at hiding the truth beneath her quiet, gentle exterior. "That's great," I said weakly, forcing myself to sound convincing. "Glad it's helping." Rachel watched me for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then, softly, she asked, "Is everything okay?" You seem tense." My heart skipped sharply. Was she testing me again? Did she suspect I'd heard her last night? My mind raced, desperately searching for a safe response. "Just tired, I guess," I finally managed, shrugging slightly, keeping my voice casual. "Work's been stressful lately." She nodded sympathetically, her gentle eyes locked quietly onto mine. "I'm sorry. Anything I can do to help?" "No," I said quickly, trying not to let my voice shake. "I'll be fine. Thanks." Rachel smiled again softly, nodding once before quietly retreating to her bedroom to work. As her door clicked gently shut, I released a shaky breath, heart still pounding violently in my chest. I spent the next few hours quietly planning my escape. I texted Ellie privately, explaining I needed to stay with her temporarily. I packed a small bag discreetly, slipping it beneath my bed where Rachel wouldn't notice. All day, anxiety churned quietly inside me, my ears constantly listening for any movement from Rachel's room. Finally, around 7 in the evening, Rachel emerged, quietly stepping into the living room, her expression strangely thoughtful. "Hey," she said softly, voice hesitant. "I'm heading out for a bit. I'll probably be gone an hour or two. You need anything while I'm out?" My heart surged painfully, relief flooding me. This was my chance, my perfect, quiet window of opportunity to leave without confrontation. "No, I'm good," I said quickly, forcing myself to stay calm. "Have fun." She smiled gently again, lingering for a brief, quiet moment, before finally slipping out the front door, closing it quietly behind her. The second she was gone, I moved quickly. I grabbed my packed bag from beneath the bed, heart racing with adrenaline. Every sound, every creak in the apartment felt unbearably loud as I gathered my essentials, anxious to leave before Rachel returned. Just as I reached the door, a quiet instinct stopped me. My camera was still set up, quietly hidden on my bookshelf. I'd almost forgotten it, but now I realized I needed that footage. It was proof, undeniable evidence of what she'd done. Quickly, I retrieved the camera, my fingers trembling slightly as I carefully removed it. I connected it hurriedly to my laptop, anxiety building painfully inside me as I began downloading the footage. Each passing minute felt agonizingly long, my ears constantly listening for any quiet noise signaling Rachel's return. As the footage transferred, I quickly glanced through it, fast-forwarding through recent nights, most of them uneventful, until I reached last night's footage. I watched again, heart twisting painfully, as Rachel stepped quietly into my room, whispering those chilling words. But as I let the footage continue, my blood turned cold. After leaving my room, Rachel didn't return directly to hers. Instead, she moved quietly to the kitchen, retrieving something small from a drawer, a kitchen knife. She held it calmly, quietly, as if testing its weight, before placing it carefully beneath a folded towel on the countertop. Then, with quiet deliberation, she glanced back down the hall toward my room, a small, unsettling smile briefly flickering across her face. Her lips moved quietly, forming silent words, words I couldn't fully understand, but whose meaning was terrifyingly clear. This wasn't just an obsession anymore. This was planning, intent danger. My breath caught sharply, panic flooding my chest. Rachel was dangerous, and she knew exactly what she was doing. There was no parasomnia, no innocent sleep disorder. She'd quietly, deliberately deceived me this entire time, patiently waiting for something, whatever horrible thing she planned to do next. Suddenly, I heard a quiet noise behind me, the gentle click of the apartment door slowly opening. My heart stopped. Rachel was back. I spun around, breath shallow, fear squeezing my lungs painfully. Rachel stood silently in the doorway, perfectly calm, quietly studying me. Her gentle expression was gone, replaced by a quiet intensity I'd never seen before. "What are you doing?" she asked softly, voice eerily calm. I stared at her, unable to speak, my pulse roaring deafeningly in my ears. Rachel stepped quietly forward, closing the door behind her with a gentle, deliberate click. "You found it," she whispered, eyes locked firmly onto mine. "I was afraid you might." What are you doing, Rachel?" I finally choked out, panic cracking my voice. She tilted her head quietly, regarding me thoughtfully. "I was going to fix us. I thought you'd understand eventually, but now." Her eyes moved slowly, deliberately toward the kitchen, the towel covering the hidden knife, clearly visible from here. "Now I'm not sure you'll ever understand," she whispered, voice quiet, regretful. "I really hoped you'd be different. I really did." I backed away slowly, heart hammering painfully. "Rachel, please." But she stepped quietly closer, calm, deliberate. "Don't," she whispered softly. "Don't make this harder." I didn't wait. I lunged suddenly toward the door, panic driving my movements. Rachel reacted instantly, lunging quietly toward the kitchen, but I reached the door first, pulling it open desperately and stumbling out into the hall. Behind me, I heard her voice, calm, quiet, almost sad. "You shouldn't have run." But I kept running, breathless and terrified, the apartment building a blur around me as I sprinted desperately toward safety, knowing I'd just narrowly escaped something far worse than I'd ever imagined. Rachel had never been sleepwalking. She'd been waiting quietly, deliberately, until she was finally ready. And now I knew exactly what she'd been preparing for. I didn't stop running until I was safely out of the apartment building, stumbling onto the sidewalk in the fading daylight. My breath came in sharp, ragged bursts, my pulse pounding violently in my ears. My hands trembled uncontrollably, and tears blurred my vision. The quiet, peaceful street felt surreal, impossibly normal, a stark contrast to the terrifying moment I'd just escaped. I pulled out my phone, shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I dialed Ellie's number immediately. When she answered, I struggled to form coherent words. "Ellie, I need help," I gasped, panic surging anew. "Rachel," she tried to. "Whoa, slow down," Ellie said quickly, alarm evident in her voice. "Where are you? Are you safe right now?" "I'm outside the apartment," I managed shakily, eyes darting nervously toward the building's entrance. "Rach, I caught her with a knife. She was planning something. She almost—" "Okay," Ellie interrupted calmly, though her voice trembled slightly. "Stay exactly where you are. I'm coming to get you right now." The minutes waiting for Ellie felt endless. I stood trembling beneath a street lamp, constantly checking over my shoulder, half expecting Rachel to emerge from the shadows behind me. Every pedestrian, Every passing car made me flinch anxiously, but Rachel never appeared, and eventually Ellie's car pulled up to the curb, brakes squeaking softly. I practically collapsed into the passenger seat, shaking uncontrollably. Ellie pulled away immediately, glancing at me anxiously. "What happened? Did she hurt you?" Ellie asked urgently, eyes wide with fear. I shook my head slowly, tears finally spilling down my cheeks. "No, I got out in time, but she had a knife. She's dangerous, Ellie. I saw footage she was planning something." Ellie nodded, jaw tense. "We need to go to the police. Right now." The drive to the police station felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Ellie stayed close as I explained everything to the officers, the strange nighttime visits, Rachel's explanations, the footage I'd recorded, and the terrifying moment earlier that evening. They listened carefully, quietly taking notes, their expressions growing increasingly grave. When I handed them my laptop with the footage, one of the officers disappeared quietly into a back room to review it. Moments later, she returned, expression serious and grim. "You did the right thing coming here," she said quietly. "This footage is very concerning. We'll need to speak with Rachel immediately. Do you have somewhere safe you can stay tonight?" Ellie squeezed my hand gently. "She'll stay with me. I won't let her out of my sight." The officer nodded, reassuring us they'd handle everything. As we left, I felt slightly safer knowing someone was taking action, but dread still twisted quietly inside me. Rachel was still out there, calm and collected, patiently waiting. That night at Ellie's apartment, I barely slept. Every sound made me jump, heart hammering painfully. Ellie tried to comfort me, reassuring me repeatedly that Rachel couldn't reach me here, that the police were handling everything. The next morning, the phone rang sharply, jolting me awake. Ellie answered quickly, her expression immediately tense. After a quiet, urgent conversation, she hung up, turning to me slowly. "They found Rachel," Ellie said softly. "She was still in the apartment when police arrived. She didn't resist, didn't fight. She just calmly admitted everything." My breath caught painfully. What did she say? Ellie hesitated slightly, her eyes full of quiet sadness. "She confessed to everything. She admitted she'd done this before multiple times. She'd been watching you, preparing, waiting until the time felt right. She told them she wasn't going to hurt you, though." I stared at Ellie, stunned. Then what was she planning? Ellie's voice dropped quietly, eyes hesitant. "She told them she just wanted to keep you safe. She was planning to drug you, to calm you down. She said, so you wouldn't leave. She wanted you trapped there, with her, unable to run." A cold, sickening wave washed over me. "Why?" Ellie shook her head slowly. "The police think Rachel's extremely disturbed. Apparently she's done this before, in other apartments, in other cities, quietly trapping roommates, friends, people she became obsessed with. Each time she pretended it was innocent sleepwalking, an uncontrollable condition. No one suspected anything until it was too late." I felt horribly dizzy, my mind spinning at the terrifying realization of how close I'd come to becoming one of those quiet, unnoticed victims. What happens to her now? "They'll evaluate her mental health first," Ellie said softly. "But either way, she'll never come near you again. You're safe now." I nodded numbly, relief slowly replacing fear, but beneath it all, quiet unease remained. Rachel had seemed so gentle, so harmless. How had I missed all the subtle signs, her quiet manipulations, the carefully concealed obsession beneath her calm exterior? Days passed quietly. I moved out immediately, staying temporarily with Ellie while I searched for a new apartment. The police kept me updated regularly. Rachel had been moved to a psychiatric facility for evaluation. She was calm, cooperative, seemingly resigned to whatever punishment awaited her. Eventually, I found a new place, a bright, cheerful apartment across town. This time, I decided to live alone. I couldn't trust again, not yet. The nights remained difficult, anxiety still quietly twisting inside me whenever darkness fell. But slowly, over time, I began feeling safer again, my new apartment becoming a quiet haven away from those terrifying memories. Months later, I received one final call from the detective handling Rachel's case. Her voice was gentle, carefully reassuring. "Rachel's being held indefinitely," she explained softly. "She'll get treatment, of course, but she won't be released anytime soon." She admitted openly that she'd likely do it again. "You're safe now." I thanked her quietly, hanging up with a quiet, exhausted relief. It was over. Rachel couldn't hurt me now. But even though the immediate danger had passed, the quiet scars remained. Trust felt impossibly fragile now, safety constantly uncertain. Rachel had stolen more than just my sense of security. She'd quietly damaged something deeper inside me. Over time, the anxiety gradually faded, the fear slowly replaced by cautious optimism. Life moved forward, quietly healing. I started sleeping better, found new routines, surrounded myself with trustworthy friends. But occasionally, late at night, when the apartment was quiet and still, I'd find myself thinking of Rachel. I'd remember her calm, gentle smile, the quiet warmth in her voice, and I'd wonder, uneasily, how many others had quietly fallen for that facade, completely unaware until it was far too late. And each time, lying awake in the quiet darkness, I'd silently remind myself. Sometimes the quietest people hide the loudest secrets. And some nightmares walk quietly among us, waiting patiently for the perfect moment to strike. This time I'd escaped, but I'd never again mistake quietness for safety or calmness for innocence. Not after Rachel. Never again. I haven't told this story in a long time. Honestly, I wasn't even sure I wanted to. But after what I found online yesterday, I can't stop thinking about it, so maybe writing it out will help me understand, or at least, I hope so. This all started 2 summers ago. My best friend Alex and I decided to go backpacking in the Huron National Forest. We'd both grown up camping, but usually with family tents pitched near crowded campsites, car engines and radios always audible in the background. This trip was different. This was real backpacking, 2 friends, 3 days, carrying everything on our backs into a place far enough that your phone becomes nothing more than a glorified flashlight. On the first day, we hiked about 6 miles deep into the woods. I remember it clearly, bright blue skies, the kind that make everything look fake, and the air fresh enough to sting your lungs if you breathed in too deep. We passed a couple of hikers early on, exchanged quick hellos, but after the first 2 hours, it was just the two of us and the silence of the forest. We set up camp in a clearing surrounded by tall pine trees that towered over us, making it feel like twilight even though the sun was still high. It felt perfect. I remember thinking how peaceful it was, how good it felt to just be disconnected. That first night was completely normal. We cooked beans and sausages on a small camping stove, laughed over stupid memories from high school, and fell asleep in our separate sleeping bags without any trouble. It was the second day when things got strange. We spent the day hiking a rough loop around the area, exploring narrow trails and climbing over fallen logs. We didn't see a single other person all day. That night, back at camp, just as the sky was turning from orange to deep purple, we heard something. It was subtle at first, a rustling sound, like someone carefully moving through branches. "Probably just a deer," Alex said, poking at the campfire with a stick. But it wasn't a deer. We heard footsteps, unmistakable footsteps, heavy enough to break twigs but deliberate, careful, as if trying not to be heard. We both went quiet, listening. Neither of us moved. After a few moments, the footsteps stopped, and we both relaxed a bit, telling ourselves it was just another hiker, looking for a spot to pitch a tent. About 15 minutes later, we heard the unmistakable sounds of a tent being set up, poles snapping into place, nylon fabric rustling softly. Whoever it was, they were quiet, efficient. The weird thing was we hadn't seen another person all day, and this spot wasn't exactly easy to find. "Maybe someone hiking the same trail," Alex whispered. I nodded, and we eventually decided to just call out and say hello. It felt awkward to pretend we didn't notice. "Hey, need any help over there?" I called into the darkness. My voice felt louder than it should have, breaking the quiet sharply. There was no response, nothing, just silence that seemed to grow thicker in the dark. I shrugged at Alex, trying to look more comfortable than I felt. We convinced ourselves whoever it was had probably just gone to sleep, tired from hiking, maybe wearing headphones. The next morning we saw it, a small yellow tent, maybe 30 feet from ours, set back against the edge of the clearing. It was quiet, zipped up tight, with no movement or sound from inside. We ate breakfast, occasionally glancing toward it, expecting someone to emerge, but nobody ever did. By mid-afternoon, Alex started to get uneasy. "Should we check on them?" he finally asked. But something held me back. Maybe it was the absolute stillness of the tent, or how eerily quiet it seemed over there. Something didn't feel right. "Nah, they're probably just sleeping late," I said, trying to reassure us both. But deep down, I didn't quite believe it. That night was colder. We zipped our sleeping bags tight and crawled inside the tent earlier than usual. Neither of us admitted it out loud, but we both felt uneasy. It was around midnight when I first heard it. Soft, muffled sobbing. It was coming from the direction of the yellow tent. At first I thought I was imagining it, my mind playing tricks, amplifying the rustle of leaves or the gentle wind. But the sound continued, unmistakably human, soft cries, the kind you make when you're trying desperately not to be heard. I whispered Alex's name, And he answered instantly. He heard it too. "What do we do?" he whispered, tense, his voice tight with fear. I had no idea. I didn't want to investigate in the dark, not when every instinct screamed at me to stay away. As we sat in silence, frozen in uncertainty, the sobbing shifted. The crying slowly changed into whispers, soft, fast whispers that didn't quite form words. It sounded like someone having an urgent conversation, but we never heard another voice reply. Neither of us slept after that. We sat up, tense, listening, the sound of whispers slowly fading as the night stretched into early morning. By sunrise, the woods were silent again. When we finally had enough courage to look outside our tent, the yellow tent was gone, completely. Just a flat patch of grass where it had been, pressed down gently as if someone had lain there, but no footprints, no trash, no marks indicating anyone had walked away. We packed quickly, saying very little. By the time we reached our car at the trailhead, the strange encounter already felt unreal, like a shared hallucination. A weird story you tell friends, but don't fully believe yourself. We laughed it off over pizza that night, shaking our heads at how creeped out we'd gotten over probably nothing. I told myself we had imagined it, some trick of the wind or sound. But deep down, it felt like we'd stumbled onto something that wasn't meant to be found. And then, a week later, I made the mistake of posting pictures from our trip online. Harmless camping shots, trees, trails, our tent. That's when the comment appeared beneath one of the photos. "You saw her too? She was outside our tent for hours." I stared at it, heart pounding, a wave of dread washing over me. Because that meant whatever we'd experienced, it wasn't just us. I stared at that comment for longer than I'd like to admit, my hand slightly trembling over the keyboard. I blinked hard, hoping it might disappear or somehow rearrange itself into something harmless. "You saw her too? She was outside our tent for hours." The profile name was Alib22. Clicking it didn't show much, no picture, no posts, just a generic account with a handful of random follows. My stomach tightened. Was it just a prank? Some random internet troll who thought it would be funny to scare us? But how could they know? It had been exactly 7 days since Alex and I left the woods. For 7 days, we'd convinced ourselves that what happened, what we'd heard, what we'd felt was just our imagination, a strange dream woven by exhaustion and isolation. Now, reading that single comment, it was like a cold hand had reached out from the screen and dragged me right back to that dark clearing. I texted Alex immediately, checked the post, someone else saw her. His reply came quickly, almost instantly. "What?" "Just look," I typed back, unable to explain further. Minutes later, my phone rang. It was Alex, sounding shaky. "Is this some kind of joke?" His voice was low, cautious. "No," I said softly, hoping I sounded calmer than I felt. "I have no idea who this person is." We sat quietly, neither of us speaking for what felt like an eternity. I stared at my laptop, rereading the comment again and again, wishing I could see through the screen, find this alley person and demand answers. "What if they're serious?" Alex finally asked. "What if we weren't imagining it?" I didn't have an answer for him, because deep down, I knew it hadn't been our imagination. The whispers, the crying, the silence in that yellow tent I'd spent the past week pretending it was nothing, trying to forget. But it wasn't nothing. Someone else had seen her too. "I'm messaging her," I said finally, my voice firm, though I felt anything but confident. "Okay," Alex said after another pause. "Just be careful." I typed out the message slowly, deleting and rewriting it several times before finally hitting send. "Hey, I saw your comment. We camped at Huron too. Can you tell me more about what happened to you?" I waited, staring at the screen. 5 minutes became 10, then 20, and just as I was about to give up, a small notification popped up. "Allie, B22, is typing." My heart jumped. Her reply was short, direct, and unsettling. "Can I call you?" I hesitated for only a moment, glancing nervously at my phone before typing out my number. A minute later, it rang, the screen showing an unknown caller. I answered cautiously. "Hello?" A woman's voice came through softly, tired and wary. "Hey, this is Allie. You're the one from Reddit, right?" "Yeah," I replied. "I'm Sam." There was a long pause. I could hear her breathing quietly, gathering her thoughts. "Look, Sam," she finally said. "I thought we were the only ones, but after I saw your picture, I recognized the clearing immediately." "How?" I asked, my throat tight. "Because we camped there last summer, same exact spot, same everything. We were on a hiking trip for my friend Hannah's birthday. Just 3 of us, me, Hannah, and her boyfriend Kyle. We thought the place was perfect." She paused again, breathing shakily. "But on our second night, someone else showed up." My heart pounded harder as she spoke, her words eerily familiar. "It was a little yellow tent, pitched maybe 30 feet from ours. No fire, no flashlight, nothing just there when we woke up in the morning. We didn't see or hear anyone all day. By nightfall, we started feeling weird about it, but figured maybe the person was just shy or something." "Did you see her?" I asked urgently, my voice shaking slightly. "Whoever was inside." "No," she whispered, "but around midnight we heard crying, quiet at first, then louder. We thought someone needed help. Kyle went out to check, and it stopped. As soon as he went back in our tent, it started again. Then came whispers, like a conversation, but just one voice. Kyle was too freaked out to go back outside again." My breath caught in my chest. That's exactly what happened to us. She exhaled shakily, sounding relieved to finally tell someone. "We left as soon as the sun came up, but when we got outside, the yellow tent was gone. Just flat grass, no footprints, nothing." "We didn't find anything either," I said numbly. There was another pause, and then she said softly, "But I lied in that comment. She wasn't just outside for hours. She followed us out." "What do you mean, followed?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly. She hesitated. "We walked back out at sunrise, maybe 4 miles back to the car, and every 20 minutes or so, we'd hear something behind us, soft footsteps, twigs cracking. When we turned around, no one was ever there, but the feeling was," she paused again, gathering herself, "like we were being watched. And whoever it was stayed just far enough away that we couldn't see them." My palms felt clammy. "Did you ever report it?" To who? She laughed bitterly. What would we say? That someone cried outside our tent and followed us without us ever actually seeing them. The rangers would have thought we were crazy. I knew exactly how she felt. Do you still think about it? Her voice grew softer. Every day, especially when it's quiet, and sometimes I swear I can hear the whispers again. After a pause, she added in a whisper, "Can you?" I didn't answer right away, because until that moment, I hadn't let myself admit it, not even to Alex, but ever since that trip, I'd wake up sometimes at night, heart pounding, certain I'd just heard soft whispers in the room. I'd chalked it up to nightmares, nerves, lingering stress. But now, hearing someone else say it, it suddenly felt real, like something had followed us out too. Yeah, I admitted quietly, I think I do. Neither of us said anything else. The line just held the quiet static of our shared fear. Finally, Allie spoke again. "Sam, whatever that was, I don't think it was human. I don't know what it wanted, but I know it wasn't lost. It was waiting." After my call with Allie, everything started feeling different. The quiet moments I'd normally love early mornings before work, evenings when Alex wasn't around, began to feel charged, like something heavy and unseen was lurking in the corners. The whispers I'd brushed off as bad dreams became clearer, sharper. Each time I'd lie perfectly still, eyes wide open, holding my breath as I listened to soft, unintelligible words somewhere just beyond my bedroom door. When I finally talked to Alex about it, I could tell he'd been hearing them too. He tried to brush it off, blaming stress, sleep deprivation, anxiety, anything but admitting we both knew it wasn't that simple. I didn't blame him. Denial felt safer than believing something had followed us home. But when Alex called me a week later, voice tight and nervous, I knew his denial had finally cracked. "Sam, we have to go back," he said quietly, sounding more exhausted than I'd ever heard him. "What?" I asked, caught off guard. Returning was the last thing I wanted, especially after Allie's story. "To the woods," he repeated. "I haven't slept right since we got back. I'm hearing the whispers every night now. It's driving me crazy. Maybe if we go back, we'll figure out what's going on, or at least prove to ourselves there's nothing there." I hesitated. "Alex, you really think going back into those woods is the best idea?" "I don't know," he admitted, voice strained. "But I'm starting to feel like if we don't, it'll never stop." That was the hardest part. I understood exactly how he felt. It wasn't rational, but it seemed like something from that trip was still holding on to us, following closely behind, just out of sight. Maybe going back was the only way to shake it off for good. Reluctantly, I agreed. We didn't tell anyone where we were going, knowing they'd think we were insane. Who willingly returns to the sight of something they can't explain? The drive felt longer this time. As we turned off the main highway onto the smaller back roads toward the forest, dread tightened around me. Even the forest looked different now, darker, less inviting. The trees felt taller, leaning over the narrow road like they were waiting for us. We parked at the trailhead, gathering our gear silently. It was just past noon, clear and sunny, but nothing felt bright. Every step deeper into the woods seemed to pull us further away from the world we knew. "We'll set up near the original spot," Alex said quietly, forcing a casual tone he clearly didn't feel. I nodded, too uneasy to speak. We hiked in silence for over 2 hours. The trail was familiar, but distorted somehow, like the landscape had shifted subtly since we were last here. Several times Alex paused, looking around with uncertainty, as though doubting his memory of the place. Neither of us said anything about it. We both felt it, though. The woods were off, like they weren't entirely the same place we'd left. Finally, we reached the clearing. Seeing it again made my stomach churn. It looked exactly the same, empty, still, waiting. "Let's hurry," Alex said, already pulling his tent from his pack. He was tense, working fast. Neither of us wanted to stay longer than necessary. Once camp was set up, we sat quietly by the tent, waiting. As afternoon stretched into evening, nothing happened. No sounds, no footsteps, no yellow tent. "I feel stupid," Alex admitted suddenly, kicking a rock toward the trees. "Maybe we really did imagine everything." "Maybe," I said, but my voice sounded uncertain even to me. Deep down, I knew better. As darkness finally fell, we lit a small fire, the flames crackling quietly. The light barely reached the tree line, the shadows around us deepening steadily. We both avoided mentioning what had happened the last time we were here, but I could tell Alex was thinking about it too. His eyes constantly flicked toward the spot where the yellow tent had appeared. By midnight, the forest was completely still. I started to feel foolish. Maybe Alex was right. Maybe this whole thing had been an overreaction. I felt exhaustion creep in, the tension in my body finally easing enough to allow sleep. But just as I started to close my eyes, Alex grabbed my arm, hard. "Did you hear that?" he whispered sharply. I froze, heart suddenly pounding again. For a moment, the forest remained quiet, but then I heard it. Soft footsteps, careful and deliberate, crunching lightly over twigs and leaves, circling slowly around our campsite. We sat rigid, barely breathing. The footsteps stopped just beyond the fire's reach. I strained to see into the dark, but saw nothing, just the dense wall of blackness around us. Then, out of nowhere, the crying began. Quietly at first, soft and muffled, exactly like before. A girl's voice, delicate but filled with sadness. Each sob felt carefully restrained, as if whoever was crying was trying desperately not to disturb the silence. Alex's grip tightened on my arm. I could hear him breathing heavily beside me, eyes wide, locked onto the spot from where the crying seemed to originate. "Who's there?" he finally called out, voice shaking. Instantly the crying stopped. The sudden quiet was more terrifying than the sound had been. We waited, breathless, staring into the dark, straining to hear anything at all. Then, directly behind us, a whisper. "You came back." I spun around, feeling my heart nearly explode with terror, but nothing was there. Just darkness, silent trees looming over us. "What do you want?" Alex shouted, voice raw with panic. "Please, just leave us alone." Silence again. After a long, tense pause, the whisper returned, closer this time, right next to our tent. "I waited for you." The voice was soft, almost gentle, but with a strange sadness that made my chest ache. "Who are you?" I asked, voice barely audible. "I can't leave," the voice replied softly. "I tried, but I can't." "Why not?" Alex whispered, eyes wild with fear. There was no response. Instead, a quiet rustling sound moved away, disappearing slowly into the trees. Eventually, the silence felt absolute again, thick and heavy, pressing against us. We spent the rest of the night awake, huddled by the dying fire, waiting tensely for dawn. When morning finally came, neither of us spoke. We packed our gear hastily, leaving the clearing behind without looking back. But as we made our way down the path, I caught something out of the corner of my eye, just a flash of yellow fabric, barely visible through the trees, tucked into the shadows. And that's when I finally understood. She had always been here, waiting quietly, and something told me she wasn't going to let us leave, not this time. I tried to pretend I hadn't seen it, that quick flash of yellow through the trees, bright fabric catching morning sunlight. I told myself it was just a trick of my exhausted, anxious mind. But deep down I knew better. I'd seen the tent again. Alex walked just ahead of me, silent and rigid. Neither of us spoke. Every sound in the woods now felt charged and unnatural. Leaves rustling too deliberately, twigs snapping quietly behind us, distant birdsong abruptly stopping mid-note. The peaceful forest we'd once loved now felt wrong, distorted somehow, like walking through a place that mimicked reality but didn't quite match it. We moved quickly, following the familiar trail back toward the parking lot, eyes fixed on the ground to avoid seeing anything else we didn't want to acknowledge. But the further we went, the more the path itself felt altered, like it had subtly shifted overnight. Small differences appeared where none should exist: a tree I didn't recognize, a rock formation I was sure hadn't been there yesterday. I wanted to mention it to Alex, but didn't. He was barely holding himself together, his jaw clenched, eyes narrowed in focus. I could see the fear plainly on his face. We both knew something had changed since yesterday. The woods felt larger now, somehow deeper, pulling us further in, rather than leading us out. An hour passed, then two. The trail grew less distinct, winding oddly through dense underbrush that scraped at our arms and legs. The morning sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy, casting strange patterns of shadow around us. I checked my watch nervously. We should have reached the parking lot by now. Instead, we seemed lost. Alex finally stopped, breath heavy, eyes wide with confusion. "Sam, are we going the right way?" "I don't know," I admitted quietly. "The trail looks different." "How could it look different?" he snapped, panic edging into his voice. "It's a straight shot. We came in this way yesterday." "I know, but..." My voice faded helplessly. I had no explanation, nothing logical that would reassure him or myself. He pulled out his phone, shaking it in frustration. "Still no service. This isn't right. We had signal here yesterday." He turned slowly, scanning the trees. Everything looked identical, rows upon rows of dark trunks, crowded together like silent watchers. The quiet now felt oppressive. I felt suddenly, terribly exposed. A branch snapped behind us. We spun around, breath catching sharply. My heart hammered violently as I searched the thick shadows between the trees. Nothing moved, Nothing appeared out of place. "Hello?" Alex shouted desperately, voice cracking. "Is someone there?" No reply. Just absolute, crushing silence. We waited, frozen in place. Then I saw it again. Another flash of yellow fabric, deeper into the woods, half hidden behind a large pine tree. Alex saw it too. He tensed visibly, eyes wide, breathing quickening. "It's her," he whispered harshly, voice shaking with certainty. "Sam, it's the tent." I didn't know what to say. Seeing it now in daylight somehow made it worse. It was real, unmistakably real. "We should go toward it," Alex said abruptly. "Maybe she knows the way out." "What?" I stared at him, horrified. "Alex, think about what you're saying. We don't even know what she is." He hesitated, fists clenched tight. "Then what? Wander aimlessly until we get even more lost? She might be the only person who knows how to get out." I understood his desperation, but something felt wrong, dangerously wrong. Still, I couldn't think of a better plan. Reluctantly, I nodded. Slowly, we moved toward the spot where we'd seen the yellow tent. As we approached, I felt a sinking dread. The air around us had grown colder, damp somehow, as if moisture clung thickly to the trees. The birds had completely stopped singing, the silence absolute and unnatural. When we reached the pine tree, the yellow tent wasn't there. Instead, there was only a small clearing, empty and perfectly silent. We stood still, listening, breathing shallowly. Then Alex grabbed my arm again, squeezing hard. "Sam, look." My eyes followed his gaze. On the ground, precisely where the tent had seemed to stand, something had been carved into the dirt. 4 words, shallow but clearly visible. "You can't go back." A chill spread through my entire body. My throat felt tight, and suddenly, irrationally, I felt eyes on us. Something watching, quietly observing our panic. "What the hell is this?" Alex said softly, his voice cracking. "Who did this?" I didn't respond. My mind spun, struggling to process it all. Was this a warning? A threat? Suddenly, behind us a quiet rustling. We turned slowly, terrified of what we might see. Standing just beyond the edge of the clearing was a girl, small and slender, maybe 15 or 16. Her hair was tangled, matted against her face, eyes wide and dark. Her clothes were filthy, stained from dirt and weather, torn in places as if she'd been wandering the woods for months. She stared at us silently, expressionless. "Are you?" Alex started, voice shaking, stepping forward hesitantly. "Are you lost? Do you need help?" She didn't move, didn't blink. Instead, slowly, she raised a finger to her lips, making a silent shh gesture. Her gaze shifted slightly, staring directly into my eyes. I felt paralyzed, pinned beneath her stare. It was heavy, almost hypnotic. "Who are you?" I managed to whisper, barely audible. She didn't reply. Instead, she turned slowly, walking quietly deeper into the woods. After a few steps, she paused, looking over her shoulder once, waiting. "Sam, she wants us to follow," Alex whispered urgently. His eyes were wild, desperate. "She knows the way out." But I hesitated. Something about her, her silence, her calm felt wrong, deeply wrong. Every instinct screamed at me to stay away, to run. "No," I whispered, shaking my head slowly. "Something's not right." But Alex wasn't listening. He was already moving forward, stepping toward her. "Please," he called, voice trembling. "Show us how to get out of here." The girl watched him silently. Then she began to walk again, slowly disappearing into the shadows. Alex followed quickly, nearly running. "Come on," he shouted back to me. "She's helping us." But I stood frozen, unable to move. I felt suddenly, terrifyingly certain. If I followed her, we would never leave this forest again. Alex's figure grew smaller, moving deeper into the darkening woods, his desperate voice growing fainter, eventually lost beneath the oppressive silence. I was left alone in the empty clearing, surrounded by quiet trees, carved words at my feet. "You can't go back." And somewhere in the distance, almost too soft to hear, the whispers began again. I stood frozen in the empty clearing, the words carved into the dirt staring back at me. "You can't go back." My heart hammered painfully against my ribs. Alex had disappeared into the trees, chasing after the strange girl, leaving me utterly alone in a silence so thick it seemed to press against my skin. For a long moment, I couldn't move, I couldn't even breathe. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to find Alex, drag him back, and flee. But something deeper held me still, a quiet voice whispering in my mind that if I stepped into the woods now, I'd never leave. I tried calling his name again, louder this time, panic cracking through my voice. "Alex, Alex, come back, please." Silence answered me, heavy and complete. There wasn't even an echo. It was as if my voice simply vanished into the thick trees. Then, softly, behind me the faintest rustle. I spun around, heart in my throat. The clearing was still empty, but now I could feel eyes on me, watching carefully, waiting. Something had stayed behind when Alex followed that girl. Something was here with me. I forced myself to move, stepping away from the carved words and into the dense underbrush. I had no idea where I was going, just a vague hope of retracing our original path, somehow finding Alex and getting out of here. I moved as quickly as I could, stumbling over roots and rocks hidden beneath tangled leaves. Every direction looked identical, every tree twisted and indistinguishable. The further I walked, the more disoriented I felt. The sun hung strangely in the sky, unmoving, casting weird, muted shadows around me. Time didn't seem real anymore. After what felt like hours, but might have been only minutes, I stopped to catch my breath, leaning heavily against a tree trunk. I had no idea where I was. My sense of direction was gone, swallowed up by this endless, silent forest. The trees seemed closer together now, their branches intertwined above me, forming a thick canopy that blocked out most of the light. I reached into my pocket, pulling out my phone again. Still no signal, of course, but the time showed 11:17 a.m., unchanged since we'd first entered the clearing. I shook the phone desperately, but it refused to update or respond. It was as if even time had stopped. Feeling a wave of desperation, I sank down to the forest floor, leaning back against the rough bark. I was exhausted, confused, afraid, and utterly alone. But just as despair began to fully settle, I heard it again, the whispers. They were different now, clearer somehow, still quiet but more urgent, forming broken fragments of words that I couldn't quite understand. I strained to listen, barely breathing. They seemed to circle around me, darting from tree to tree, weaving through shadows. "Who's there?" I whispered, voice shaking. "Alex?" No reply, just more whispers, insistent but unintelligible. Slowly I stood again, stepping cautiously toward the sound. I didn't have a choice. The whispers were the only lead I had left. Maybe they would take me to Alex. Maybe they'd show me the way out. I followed them deeper into the woods, the sound drifting steadily ahead, always just out of sight. The ground beneath my feet felt strangely soft, spongy, as though rotting quietly beneath a thick layer of leaves and moss. The trees grew older here, their trunks gnarled and twisted, bark peeling in thick, dark strips. And then, suddenly, I saw it, a small yellow tent pitched just beyond a narrow row of pines, the exact same tent, identical to the one we'd seen before. It sat perfectly still, untouched by wind or weather, zipper tightly closed. I stopped dead, heart racing. The whispers abruptly ceased, leaving a ringing silence behind. The woods around me now felt impossibly still, holding their breath. Taking a slow, shaky step forward, I approached the tent cautiously. Every muscle in my body screamed for me to turn and run, but I couldn't. Something drew me closer, a horrible, compulsive curiosity. When I reached the tent, I knelt down, gently gripping the zipper with trembling fingers. Slowly, I pulled it open, wincing as the nylon scraped loudly through the silence. Inside was empty, perfectly clean, as though no one had ever entered. But lying at the center, carefully arranged, was a small notebook bound in faded blue fabric. Hands shaking, I reached inside and picked it up. The cover felt brittle, pages curled slightly at the edges. Opening it carefully, I saw a series of neat, careful handwriting, dated entries filled with precise details. August 7th. They left again this morning. They couldn't hear me. I tried, but I wasn't loud enough. September 21st. Another group. They came close, but then they ran. They're afraid of me. I just want someone to help. My breath caught in my throat as I turned pages quickly, the entries growing more desperate. November 3rd. I don't know how long it's been. The woods won't let me leave. I keep trying, but I always end up back here. Then the final entry, undated and written in hurried, desperate handwriting. I think I understand now. They won't let me go until someone else stays. I don't want to do it, but I can't stay here anymore. I'm sorry. My chest felt tight, realization hitting me painfully. She'd been trapped here waiting, desperate, lost, and Alex had followed her willingly, trying to escape. But instead, he'd walked straight into the same fate. "No," I whispered, dropping the journal in horror. I scrambled away, nearly falling as I stood. "Alex!" I shouted, panic raw and desperate. "Alex, come back!" Silence again, thicker than ever. I turned frantically, looking around, unsure of which way to run, desperate to escape before whatever had trapped her, and now Alex trapped me too. Then I saw him. Standing just beyond the tent, half hidden by shadows, Alex stood perfectly still, eyes wide and expressionless. His clothes were filthy, torn. He stared straight ahead, seeing nothing, face slack. "Alex?" I asked, voice barely audible, choking back fear. "What's happening? We need to leave." He didn't move, didn't blink. Instead, softly, he raised a finger slowly to his lips, making the same shh gesture the girl had made before. My heart shattered. He was already gone. Behind me, the tent zipper slowly closed, sealing itself neatly shut. I turned back to Alex, panic boiling inside me, but he disappeared again, vanished silently into the trees. I was alone. I knew then, horribly and completely, that Alex wouldn't leave this place. The woods had claimed him, just as they'd claimed her. And unless I found a way out soon, they'd claim me too. Standing alone, breathing heavily, I stared at the place Alex had just stood. My heart beat painfully against my ribs, adrenaline surging uselessly through my veins. The forest pressed in tighter now, trees crowding around me as though slowly leaning inward, their branches weaving together into a dark, tangled net. I knew with a sickening certainty that if I didn't find a way out soon, I never would. I took a deep, shaky breath, forcing myself to move. The ground felt strange beneath my feet, spongy, decayed as if years of fallen leaves and debris had built up, rotting quietly beneath my shoes. Every step felt sluggish and slow, like walking through a dream, heavy and surreal. I chose a direction at random, stumbling blindly into the trees, desperate to create some distance between myself and the yellow tent. The whispers had stopped, replaced again by that oppressive silence. Each tree I passed seemed identical dark trunks covered in damp moss, roots twisting visibly from the earth, like veins beneath thin skin. As I pushed forward, time became meaningless. I wasn't sure how many minutes or hours had passed since Alex disappeared. Everything felt disconnected from reality. My breathing grew more ragged, panic building quietly beneath my skin, but I kept moving, terrified of stopping long enough to fully comprehend what had just happened. Suddenly, through a break in the trees, I saw something unexpected, a small structure, tucked away almost invisibly among dense foliage. At first I assumed it was another illusion created by exhaustion, another trick played by these strange woods, but as I drew closer, my heart quickened. It was real, a small, dilapidated cabin, weathered wooden walls covered in vines and moss, a partially collapsed porch sagging beneath years of neglect. Relief surged through me. Maybe this was my way out, a ranger's old shack, a forgotten building on the edge of civilization. Someone might have left a map, a radio, anything, something to guide me home. Carefully, I approached the cabin, my footsteps creaking loudly against the porch. The door hung slightly ajar, warped wood scraping against uneven flooring as I pushed it slowly open. Inside, it was dark and musty, the air thick with dust and decay. A single wooden table stood in the center, empty except for a rusted lantern. Against the far wall, a narrow cot sat, covered in stained, threadbare sheets. Beside it, a small shelf sagged under stacks of old, crumbling books. I moved closer, eyes adjusting slowly to the dim light filtering through grimy windows. Everything seemed untouched, preserved strangely by neglect. My gaze fell to the table again, noticing something I hadn't before: a photograph, faded and curled at the edges. I picked it up carefully, my stomach tightening sharply. It showed two hikers, smiling broadly, standing exactly in front of the cabin. Their backpacks looked heavy, their clothes dated early 1990s, perhaps, but the happiness in their eyes was clear and timeless. Flipping the photograph over revealed a handwritten note on the back, the ink smudged, but still legible. Tom and Elise, Huron Forest, July 7th, 1991. Found this old cabin. We might stay longer than planned. Feels peaceful here. My chest tightened. Peaceful. Had they felt it too, this strange pull, this quiet force that drew people deeper, holding them silently in its grasp? I moved to the bookshelf, pulling down the nearest volume. It opened stiffly, pages brittle beneath my fingertips, a handwritten diary. Each entry described ordinary day sunshine, simple meals cooked over campfires, quiet nights beneath stars. But soon the entries shifted. July 9th. Elise says she heard someone crying last night, but we found no one. July 10th. We woke up to a tent nearby. We don't remember it being there. No one came out all day. July 12th. The crying won't stop. We can't find who's doing it. We're packing up now. Need to leave. The final entry was rushed, panicked. July 13th. We can't find the trail. It's like the woods have moved. Tom went looking for help, hasn't returned. I'm afraid now. Something is watching. My blood ran cold. The pattern repeated itself decades earlier. I closed the diary slowly, placing it back on the shelf. A sinking dread filled my stomach. The woods had been doing this for years, maybe longer, drawing people in, trapping them, holding them quietly until they disappeared completely. I stepped back outside onto the porch, breathing in deeply. The fresh air did nothing to ease my anxiety. Looking out into the endless forest, I understood suddenly, painfully. The girl, Alex, Tom, Elise, they were all part of the same quiet story, repeated over and over. An endless cycle of disappearance and waiting. But something stirred inside me then. I wouldn't become another entry, another faded photograph forgotten on a cabin table. I couldn't. I had to break the pattern. If the forest wouldn't let me leave easily, I'd fight my way out. I forced myself to move again, leaving the cabin behind. Each step felt deliberate, determined. I kept the fading daylight firmly at my back, moving steadily in what I hoped was a straight line. Every instinct begged me to turn around, to check behind me, but I resisted. Forward, only forward. After what felt like hours, the trees began to thin slightly. My heart leapt. Sunlight filtered through more freely, the oppressive darkness lifting gradually. And then, finally, impossibly, I saw it. The familiar trail we'd entered yesterday morning, stretching out clearly before me. Tears blurred my vision, relief so intense it hurt. I sprinted forward, heart pounding with newfound energy. Within minutes, the parking lot appeared, our car exactly where we'd left it. I practically fell against it, breathing heavily, overwhelmed. I fumbled with my keys, barely able to unlock the door with shaking hands. Sliding into the driver's seat, I paused briefly, staring back toward the forest. Somewhere deep inside, I knew Alex wouldn't return, not now, maybe not ever. The woods held him, quietly claiming him like so many others. But I had escaped. I had made it out. Driving away, the forest receding behind me, I swore to myself I'd never return. I wouldn't try to convince anyone what had happened. They'd never believe me. Instead, I'd quietly carry this truth, remembering Alex, remembering the girl trapped forever inside those silent trees. Weeks passed, slowly returning me to a kind of normalcy. The whispers finally ceased, the sleepless nights fading gradually. But occasionally, late at night, when the wind blows softly through open windows, I swear I hear faint crying drifting quietly from somewhere distant, lost in shadows. I close my eyes tightly, holding my breath, reminding myself I'm safe, I'm home. But deep down, I know part of me stayed behind, forever wandering quietly among those silent, watchful trees. When I first took the job at the grocery store, it was purely about money. I wasn't looking for anything exciting, just a steady paycheck that could cover my rent and keep the lights on. Working nights didn't bother me, not really. I had insomnia half the time anyway, and the shift premium was enough of an incentive. It was quiet, easy money or so, I thought. The first week passed quickly, settling into a familiar routine. Customers were rare after midnight, usually just the occasional late-night shopper coming in for cigarettes or snacks, eyes bleary from exhaustion or too much to drink. My co-workers warned me that the hardest part of the night shift was staying awake, dealing with boredom, and keeping busy during the long stretches of emptiness. Honestly, I didn't mind it. I enjoyed the solitude, the chance to be alone with my thoughts, without needing to force conversation or pretend to care about small talk. But halfway through my second week, something shifted. It wasn't anything dramatic at first, just small things that seemed odd enough to notice, but trivial enough to brush off. I'd be stocking shelves or cleaning an aisle when I'd catch the faintest sound, like soft footsteps padding quietly against the linoleum floor. I'd pause, listening carefully, convinced a customer had slipped past me unnoticed. But when I turned around, nothing was there except an empty aisle, brightly lit and perfectly still. At first, I blamed it on fatigue, or maybe a side effect of too much caffeine and too little sleep. After all, late-night hours messed with your head sometimes. It was common knowledge among overnight workers. Everyone had stories of strange noises, flickering lights, and shadows playing tricks on tired eyes. But this felt different, somehow more deliberate. One night, around 2:30, I stood at the front register counting receipts from earlier in the shift. The fluorescent lights hummed softly overhead, and the radio played faintly in the background, some forgettable pop song I'd heard 1,000 times. I felt comfortable, absorbed in the mindless task. Then suddenly, I heard whispers, soft and indistinct, drifting from the aisle, just to my left. I stopped mid-count, straining my ears to catch the words. They were muffled, overlapping like two people having a quiet conversation, just barely audible above the music. My first instinct was annoyance. Maybe some teenagers had wandered in and were messing around, trying to shoplift candy or energy drinks. I stepped around the counter, ready to confront whoever was wasting my time. "Hello?" I called firmly, rounding the corner into aisle 4. It was empty. Boxes of cereal and granola bars lined the shelves neatly, undisturbed. I glanced toward the next aisle, then the next, methodically checking each one, convinced someone was playing a joke. But the entire store was deserted. A cold unease settled in my stomach as I returned to the register. The whispers had vanished completely, leaving only silence and the low hum of the lights above. I shook it off, irritated with myself for letting paranoia creep in. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe exhaustion was finally catching up with me. The next night, however, it happened again. This time, I was restocking cans of soup near the back corner of the store when I heard footsteps, clear and deliberate, coming from behind me. My pulse quickened, and I turned swiftly, expecting to find another employee, perhaps my supervisor checking on me. Again, nothing. The aisle stretched out empty behind me, fluorescent bulbs casting stark shadows against polished floors. "Who's there?" I called out, more sharply than I'd intended. Silence answered me, thick and oppressive. My skin prickled with a sudden chill, and I stood frozen for several seconds, feeling watched even though I knew rationally no one else was around. When my shift finally ended at 6 in the morning, I left quickly, eager for the safety of daylight and the normalcy of traffic, noise, and people going about their lives. I drove home feeling unsettled, replaying those strange moments over and over in my head. The following night, I came in early, determined to put my mind at ease by reviewing the security cameras. Maybe I'd missed something obvious, a customer slipping out unnoticed, or even another employee playing a practical joke. I sat down in the small office behind the checkout area and clicked through the previous night's footage. The images flickered onto the screen, grainy black and white scenes of empty aisles and dimly lit shelves. I stared intently, rewinding and fast-forwarding through hours of silent stillness. At first, nothing seemed unusual, and my anxiety began to fade, replaced by mild embarrassment at my own paranoia. Then I saw it. Just after 2:30, the exact time I'd heard whispers the night before, the footage glitched briefly, static crackling across the screen. I leaned closer, pulse quickening. When the static cleared, I noticed movement, faint, shadowy figures passing slowly through the aisles. They weren't solid or fully visible, more like smudges against the background, shifting and flickering oddly, as if caught between frames. My heart hammered painfully as I watched the indistinct shapes move silently through the aisles, appearing and disappearing sporadically. I rewound repeatedly, convinced it was some kind of digital error or artifact. But each time the shadows appeared again, always in the same spot, always at precisely the same moment. I left the office feeling deeply shaken. I didn't mention what I'd seen to anyone else. How could I possibly explain it without sounding insane? My co-workers already considered me quiet, reserved, maybe even a little strange. Bringing this up would only reinforce their suspicions. For the rest of the night, I moved mechanically through my tasks, hyper-aware of every small sound and movement. Every creak of the building, every hum of the coolers sent fresh waves of anxiety washing over me. My mind raced desperately for rational explanations, faulty wiring, technical glitches, exhaustion playing tricks on my eyes. But deep down I knew something was very wrong. When morning came again, I drove home quickly, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. Sleep eluded me all day, thoughts racing uncontrollably. As night approached again, dread tightened painfully in my chest. Something was happening inside that grocery store, something I couldn't yet understand. Whether ghosts, spirits, or my own fraying sanity, I knew one thing for certain. Whatever was happening during those late night hours was only beginning, and I had no idea how I was going to make it stop. I almost didn't go back the next night. I sat on the edge of my bed, phone in hand, staring at the clock as it crawled closer to my shift. My mind raced through excuses. I was sick. My car wouldn't start. I had a family emergency. All lies, of course, and none of them would do anything except push off the inevitable. Besides, I needed the job. I needed the paycheck. Still, as I pulled into the near-empty parking lot of the grocery store, that sick, crawling sensation returned. The one that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up, like something just out of view was watching, waiting. I sat in my car for a while, hands tight on the steering wheel, trying to breathe normally. Eventually, I convinced myself to get out and head in. The store was brightly lit and quiet, as always. The manager on duty, Jeff, gave me a nod and a yawn as he clocked out. He was never much for words, and I was grateful for that. I didn't feel like talking, not about anything. "Same as usual," he muttered as he passed. "Stock the shelves, mop if you get bored. You'll probably be alone after midnight." That part had become routine. There were usually 2 or 3 of us for the first couple hours, and then once the floor was mopped and trash was taken out, the others left early. I didn't mind the quiet. At least, I hadn't until this started. I tried to go through the motions like any other night. I took the cart of boxes and began stocking the cereal aisle, carefully lining up boxes and facing the labels just right. But every few minutes, I'd stop and listen, not because I heard anything, but because I kept expecting to. Nothing. For the first hour, just silence. Then the intercom clicked on. I froze instantly. No one else was near the office. It had to be intentional. The speaker crackled once, then nothing. No music, no announcement. Just one soft static pop and silence again. I stood motionless in the aisle for what felt like a full minute. My heart started to beat faster, hard enough I could feel it in my throat. I slowly reached into my pocket for the store's walkie, pressed the button, and whispered, "Anyone there?" No answer. I released the button and listened again, the walkie completely dead. I pushed the cart slowly to the end of the aisle and peeked around the corner. Still nothing. Just empty aisles lit up under flickering fluorescent lights. Trying to shake it off, I returned to stalking. Maybe someone had left the intercom line half-pressed and it clicked by accident. It was a weak explanation, but I needed it. 10 minutes later, I was at the canned goods aisle when it happened again, this time louder. The intercom clicked once, then a faint shuffle of static, like someone breathing against a mic. Then a voice. Very soft. I couldn't make out the words at first, but it was definitely someone speaking. I pressed the walkie button again. "Is someone messing around up front?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. The speaker crackled again in response, but no one replied. The voice came through again, and this time I heard it clearly. "Don't turn around." I dropped the can I was holding. It clanged loudly against the tile floor, rolling unevenly toward the next aisle. I stood frozen, every part of me seized with dread. The voice had been right in my ear. Not through the intercom anymore, it was behind me. I turned around slowly, breath caught in my chest. There was no one there. Just empty air. I stepped back, heart hammering. I looked down each aisle, then jogged up toward the front office. No one was inside. The office door was wide open. I checked the staff room. Empty. I even peeked inside the restroom. Nothing. The store was empty. I knew it. I'd walked every aisle. No customers had come in. Nobody should be here but me. And yet that voice had been close enough to feel. Panic rising fast, I ran to the security room and pulled up the camera feeds. The system was old, clunky, and slow to load, but I clicked through each angle anyway. The first few cameras showed nothing but aisles of untouched shelves and my own figure pacing up and down. Then I reached the camera from just outside the break room. Someone was standing there. Not me, not a customer. Someone tall, unmoving, facing directly at the camera, but their features were blurry, like the lens couldn't quite focus on them. The frame glitched once, and then they were gone. One frame to the next, just gone. I rewound it. Same thing. The figure appears for a few seconds, never moves, then disappears. It was just like the footage I'd seen before, the shadows, the glitching. But this wasn't a shadow anymore. It was someone, a person. The hallway behind the break room was empty when I checked. No trace of anyone, not even the sound of retreating footsteps. I tried to convince myself it was an error, a glitch, an old camera on its last legs, but that didn't explain the voice, or why it sounded like it had been just behind me. I considered calling the cops, but what would I say? That the grocery store was haunted, that I heard whispers and saw a blurry man on an outdated camera feed. They'd probably laugh me off the line. So instead, I waited. I sat behind the customer service desk with all the lights on, every screen on the monitor open, watching every angle I could. It was quiet for a while, just long enough to make me question myself again. Then all the monitors went black, just for a second. When they came back on, the camera feeds were frozen, but one had changed. The camera facing aisle 8 now showed me sitting at the desk watching the screens. And standing behind me in the feed was the same figure. Tall, unmoving, blurry-faced. I spun around so fast I knocked the stool over. But the store was still empty. No one behind me. No movement. Nothing. When I looked back at the monitor, the feed was back to normal. Just the empty aisle. Just the desk. No figure. That was enough for one night. I turned off the monitor, locked the office door, and stayed at the front counter until the sun came up and the first morning shift worker arrived. I left without saying much, just muttered something about being tired and needing coffee. As I drove home, the sunlight streaming through the windshield didn't bring the usual comfort. The voice was still in my head. The image of the man standing behind me burned into my brain. I hadn't imagined it. Something was in that store at night, and it knew I was watching. I didn't go to work that night. I told my manager I was sick, which technically wasn't a lie. My stomach was in knots, and my hands wouldn't stop shaking all day. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the figure on the camera, standing behind me like it had always been there. I kept checking behind me, even at home, even in the safety of my own living room. The voice, too, had burrowed deep into my mind. I'd replay it in my head constantly. Don't turn around. I didn't know what was worse, how calm it sounded, or how close it had felt. I barely slept, and when I did, I dreamed of aisles that went on forever, flickering lights, and distant voices calling my name from just out of sight. I woke up sweating, gasping, convinced someone was standing at the foot of my bed, but there never was. By the next evening, I'd made up my mind. I needed answers. As terrified as I was, I couldn't ignore it anymore. I couldn't keep hiding. Something was happening inside that store, and I wasn't the only one who'd felt it. I remembered one of the stock guys, Eric, mentioning something weird a few nights before all this started. Something about the freezer door slamming shut on its own, even though no one was near it. I hadn't thought much of it at the time. So I texted him. Me, hey, weird question. You ever notice anything off during night shift? He replied in under a minute. Eric, you mean like the footsteps and the lights flickering? Yeah. I thought it was just me. That quick response shook me. I sat back, staring at the message. I wasn't alone. I wasn't imagining this. Me? Did you ever hear a voice? Eric, once, thought I was losing it. Said something like, "Don't look." Why? That was enough. I asked him to meet me before my shift. He agreed. Said he didn't work that night but could swing by. I got to the store early, around 9:30. The sun had just gone down, the parking lot dim and half empty. I stood near the side entrance, arms crossed, waiting for Eric. He showed up in a beat-up car, looking more serious than usual. "You've been seeing stuff too?" he asked as he got out. I nodded. Voices, glitching cameras, figures on the screen that aren't really there, or are. I don't know anymore. He gave me this look, not disbelief, but the kind of tired recognition that made it clear he'd been holding this in for a while. "I thought it was stress," he said, "or sleep deprivation. I didn't want to be the guy who brings up ghosts at work." "Well, congratulations," I said. "Now we're both those guys." We went inside. The store looked normal, of course. That was part of what made it so unnerving. Nothing ever looked wrong. It just felt wrong, like the air was heavier at night, like something was holding its breath behind the shelves. We sat in the back room, lights on, surrounded by employee lockers and a half-dead vending machine. I pulled up the camera system on the office computer and showed Eric the clip. The one where the figure appears behind me in aisle 8. He leaned in, eyes narrowed. "Dude," he muttered. "That's the same aisle where I saw the lights flicker last week. I thought it was just a bulb going bad." "Watch this part," I said, fast-forwarding to the static and the moment the figure vanished. He sat back. "That's not a glitch. That's something else." We stayed in that room for a while, watching old footage, trying to catch anything else that might have been missed. Around 11:30, he stood up, stretched, and said he was heading out. "I don't envy you being here overnight," he said, "but if anything happens, like really happens, call me." I nodded, though I wasn't sure what good calling anyone would do. By midnight, I was alone again. The silence was oppressive, pressing in from all sides. I started in the dairy section, rearranging milk jugs, trying to keep myself grounded in something mundane. For a while, it worked. Until aisle 7. I was just passing it on my way back to the front when I saw movement. Not on a screen, not in a reflection. Someone or something walked across the end of the aisle. Just a quick flash, a blur of dark clothing, but it was enough. I turned immediately, heart in my throat, and stepped into the aisle. Nothing. I moved quickly, checking the surrounding aisles, every direction, even behind the end cap displays. Empty. But then I noticed the cold. The temperature had dropped noticeably, not just cool cold, the kind that raises goosebumps across your arms, that makes your breath visible in the air. I didn't understand it. The store's AC wasn't even running that high. I backed out slowly, returned to the front, and checked the cameras again. My hands trembled slightly as I scrolled back to the last 2 minutes. The screen showed it clear as day, someone walking past aisle 7. But the weirdest part, there was no timestamp. All the other footage had the standard time and date in the corner, always present. But this clip, it was missing it. Just a clean, silent frame of a shadow moving across the screen, then disappearing again. It didn't even let me save the footage. I clicked download, and the computer froze. I had to reboot the whole system. When it came back, the clip was gone, replaced with static. I sat back, breathing hard, staring at the blank screen. At this point, I couldn't pretend it was just in my head. The question wasn't if something was in this store at night. The question was what it wanted, why now, and how long it had been there. I glanced out into the aisles again, every shadow suddenly thicker than before. Every corner looked like it might be hiding someone or something just standing still, waiting for me to walk past. Whatever this was, it didn't want to be seen. That was the one constant. Don't turn around, don't look, don't acknowledge it. But it knew I had. And I had the sinking feeling that now that I'd looked, it wasn't going to stop. I stayed behind the counter for a long time that night, long after the sighting in aisle 7. I sat there with my eyes fixed on the monitors, hands balled into fists, trying to ignore the gnawing feeling that I wasn't alone, that I hadn't been for a while. The silence of the grocery store after midnight used to be comforting. The quiet hum of the coolers, the soft buzz of the lights it used to make the time pass slowly but peacefully. Now, the quiet felt thick, heavy. It was the kind of silence that made every small noise unbearable. The creak of a shelf, the pop of a cooler switching cycles, it all sounded amplified, intentional. I thought about walking out, just leaving the shift halfway through. I could fake a stomach bug or some family emergency, but I didn't. I stayed. Maybe part of me wanted answers. Maybe another part was too afraid to walk away and wonder what would have happened if I stayed. Around 1:15 I heard it again. Footsteps. Not quick or panicked, slow, deliberate. I muted the store radio, leaned forward and listened. The steps were faint, but definitely there, somewhere toward the center of the store. I stood slowly, trying to keep my breathing quiet, and grabbed the flashlight from behind the counter. The store lights were all on, but somehow it still felt dark. I walked cautiously toward aisle 5, pausing at each end cap, checking both sides before stepping out. No one, but the sound continued. Not footsteps anymore, dragging. Something sliding across the floor. I stepped into aisle 6, the one with paper towels and cleaning supplies, and the dragging stopped. It was dead silent again. I aimed the flashlight toward the far end, and for a split second, I saw something at the other end. Just the edge of a person's silhouette slipping past. I took a deep breath and started walking toward it. Each step echoed, my sneakers squeaking slightly against the polished tile. As I reached the end of the aisle, I swung left, nothing, empty. But then, directly behind me, the sound of boxes falling. I turned fast, flashlight beam jittering as I spun back into aisle 6. 3 boxes of Swiffer pads were on the floor, scattered in front of the shelf. I hadn't touched that display all night. I scanned the shelves, the floor, the ceiling, nothing. Not even a draft that could have knocked anything over. I knelt and started picking them up, just to give my hands something to do. That's when I heard it. A voice, again. But not whispered, not hidden behind an intercom. It came from directly behind me, quiet, steady, almost conversational. Do you see it yet? I turned around so fast I slipped on one of the scattered boxes. My flashlight hit the floor and rolled out of reach, casting its beam in circles. There was no one behind me, just empty space and shelves. But the voice was real. I'd heard it. No radio, no speakers. A voice in the air, behind me, like someone had been standing right there, inches away. I grabbed the flashlight and backed up, heart pounding until I reached the end of the aisle. Then I ran straight to the office and locked the door. I don't know how long I sat there. I just remember staring at the monitor wall, waiting for anything to move. The store was still, silent, like it was pretending to be normal again. Eventually, I heard the chime of the front doors. I jumped, convinced something had forced its way in. But it was just Greg, the bakery guy, showing up early to prep for the morning. "Damn, man," he said, seeing my face. "You look like hell." I laughed, but it came out more like a cough. Just a long night. He didn't ask questions. He never did. When I clocked out, the sun was just starting to rise. The world outside was bright, birds chirping, cars passing by. It was like waking up from a nightmare and finding everything back to normal. But I couldn't shake the voice. "Do you see it yet?" I didn't know what it meant, what I was supposed to see. That day, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to the buzz of my phone and the occasional passing car. My apartment felt like it wasn't mine anymore. It felt borrowed, like I was only safe there for now. Eventually, I got up and grabbed my laptop. I started searching local news, forums, even Reddit, trying to find stories about strange things happening in grocery stores, anything that might give me a lead. I didn't find much. A couple of random posts about flickering lights or employees hearing noises, but none of them sounded like what was happening here. No voices, no figures on cameras. Until I found a thread buried in an old forum post from a site that looked like it hadn't been updated in years. A former overnight employee at a different store, same company, different city, talking about how they'd quit after experiencing something wrong during late shifts. They wrote, "You think you're alone in those aisles, but you're not. It's like the place changes after a certain time, like something else takes over." I started seeing people that weren't there. My manager said it was stress, but they never checked the cameras. That's where it shows up. That part hit me hard. The cameras. That's how it had all started for me. The last line in the post was simple. "If you hear it speak to you, it already knows you see it." I closed the laptop and sat still for a long time. What had I let see me? When I went back the next night, I told myself I'd just get through the shift and quit. No notice, no explanation. I'd text Jeff from the parking lot and never look back. But I couldn't help myself. At 2:00 a.m., I checked the cameras again. And in one of the frozen frames, aisle 6, I saw something new. A figure, clearer than before, tall, narrow, slightly hunched, standing at the end of the aisle, turned toward the lens. Not blurry this time, not obscured. It had no face, just a smooth surface where features should have been, as if the face had been erased. And next to the figure, written crudely across the floor in what looked like smudged ash or dirt, were 3 words. Now you do. I turned off the monitor and walked out of the office. I didn't take anything. I didn't lock the door. I just left. Whatever was in that store, I'd seen it. And now, it had seen me too. I didn't tell anyone I quit. No explanation, no farewell. I just stopped showing up. I left my name tag in the glove compartment of my car like some kind of useless relic. I figured they'd eventually get the message. That grocery store could replace me by the end of the week. Probably already had. But I wasn't interested in how they covered the shifts. I was trying not to unravel. For the first few days after I walked out, I didn't leave my apartment. Not once. I locked the doors, covered every window, and kept the lights on at all hours. It wasn't rational, but nothing felt rational anymore. I knew what I saw. I knew what I heard. You couldn't explain that away with exhaustion or stress. That thing in the camera, the faceless figure, it was there. It had been watching me, and the worst part wasn't that it existed. It was that it knew I did too. I couldn't eat much. Sleep came in fits, if at all. When it did, it brought dreams of long aisles with no end, lights flickering above me, that same shape always at the edge of my vision, closer every time I blinked. I'd wake up gasping, drenched in sweat, convinced I'd see it in the corner of my room. And one night I did. Not clearly, not like in the store, but I swear I saw movement near my closet. Just for a second. A dark silhouette against the pale blue glow from the hallway light. I didn't even get out of bed. I just lay there, heart pounding, pretending I was asleep. I thought if I didn't look, it couldn't come closer. I thought maybe it only existed in the spaces we acknowledge. But the air was cold, the kind of cold that settles in your bones. I lay there until sunrise, too afraid to move. By morning, the shape was gone. The room was warm again. But something had changed in me. I wasn't safe, not here, not anywhere. That afternoon, I called Eric. He hadn't messaged me since we talked that night in the back room. I didn't blame him. What do you even say after something like that? He picked up on the second ring. I was wondering when you'd call. His voice sounded off, tired, raw. You still working nights? I asked. No, he replied. Not since last week. I saw something I shouldn't have. Thought maybe it was a one-time thing. Then I saw it again. Same figure, same feeling. You know what I'm talking about. I think it's following me, I admitted. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. I could hear him breathing. You ever hear of the old employee? He asked finally. What old employee? The one who went missing. Before you started, I thought it was just a rumor, something the night crew made up to scare new hires. But I asked around, found someone who remembered him. What happened? He worked stock, quiet guy, showed up every shift, kept to himself. Then one night, he just didn't come back from break. They searched the place, checked the cameras, everything. No one ever found him, no signs he left. He just vanished. I felt something tighten in my chest. Did the cameras show anything? That's the thing. His shift ended around 4 a.m., but the last footage of him was at 3:07, standing in aisle 8. After that, nothing. And here's the kicker, they said the timestamp on the feed disappeared, just like yours. Jesus, I muttered. Maybe whatever this thing is, Eric said, it doesn't just haunt the store. Maybe it latches onto people who see it, who notice it. That made my blood run cold. Have you seen it since you left? I asked. Another pause. Yes, once, in my apartment window, just standing there, then gone. We didn't talk much longer after that. There wasn't anything left to say. We were both dealing with the same thing. I wasn't sure if it helped to know I wasn't alone, or if it made things worse. That night, I took every precaution. I locked the doors. I left every light on. I even moved the couch to block the hallway. And then I sat on the floor in my living room, armed with a flashlight and my phone, trying to stay awake. At 3:07 a.m., my phone buzzed. Unknown number. I didn't answer it. It buzzed again, this time a message. You see it too. I dropped the phone. My hands went cold. I didn't want to look at the screen again, but eventually I did. Another message had come through. Don't turn around. I froze completely. That same line from the store, now following me into my home. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I waited. Then, from behind me, I heard it. That dragging sound again, slow, heavy, just like in the aisle that night. It wasn't footsteps this time. It was something else, something being pulled. I stayed absolutely still. I wanted to turn. Every instinct told me to, but that voice echoed in my head louder than ever. Don't turn around. The air went cold again. My skin prickled. I could feel it behind me, not just presence, but pressure, like the space in the room was being taken up by something massive and silent. The dragging stopped, and then I heard it breathing, shallow, slow, right by my ear. I closed my eyes. I don't know how long I stayed like that, but eventually the feeling faded, the cold lifted. When I finally opened my eyes, the sun was rising. My phone was still on the floor, the screen cracked. No new messages, no missed calls. I was alone again. The next day, I left town. Packed what I could, ditched the rest. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, just drove for hours until I found a motel far enough from everything. Somewhere anonymous, somewhere quiet. I don't know what I'm going to do next, but I know I can't go back. Whatever is in that store isn't staying there. And now that I've seen it, really seen it, it's not letting go. I didn't believe in ghosts before all this, or hauntings, or any of that late-night horror movie stuff. I was just a guy working nights to pay off student loans, half asleep behind a register most of the time. I didn't ask for any of this, but it happened. And when something like that happens, something that defies everything you thought you understood, you're left with two choices: run from it or face it head on. I tried running. That much was obvious. I left town. I disappeared. I stayed in that motel 3 towns over for nearly a week, pretending the world didn't exist. And for a little while, I almost convinced myself it had worked, that whatever had followed me from the grocery store had finally let me go. But denial only lasts so long. On the 6th night, the motel lights flickered, just once, just enough to make me stop chewing the microwave sandwich in my hand. Then the TV turned on by itself, black and white static, filling the screen, no sound, just static. And that cold came back, that deep, crawling chill, like a draft slipping under the skin. I didn't need more signs. I knew it hadn't ended. I hadn't escaped. So I went back. It sounds stupid, I know, but something inside me snapped that night. I couldn't live like that, looking over my shoulder, waiting for it to show up again. If it was going to take me, fine. But I'd look it in the face this time. I drove straight to the grocery store. It was just after 2 in the morning when I parked in the far corner of the lot. Everything was as it always had been, quiet, brightly lit, the neon sign buzzing faintly above the glass doors. I let myself in using the spare key I never turned in. No one had changed the locks. Probably never noticed I'd left. The store was empty. No music playing, no cart squeaking, just the hum of the lights and the sound of my own footsteps on tile. I made my way to the back office, turned on the monitors. Nothing, just live feeds of the aisles, all empty. I clicked through footage from earlier in the night. Nothing again. No figures. No glitches. For a second, I thought maybe it really was over. Maybe I'd imagined it all. I almost laughed. Then the screen went black. All of them, every feed. For 3-4 seconds there was just darkness. When they returned, I saw myself, sitting at the desk, staring at the monitor wall. And behind me there it was. The figure, taller than any person I'd ever seen, still faceless, still not moving, just standing there. My real body froze. I couldn't turn around, couldn't even breathe. Then I heard the voice. You see it now. It wasn't behind me. It was coming from the speakers above, the same intercom system that had first made me question everything. You weren't supposed to look, the voice said. I didn't respond. I couldn't. I had to show you, it said again. They wouldn't see. They never do. And then I understood. This wasn't about me. It never had been. I wasn't special. I was just the first person to notice. The system glitched again, briefly flashing something else on the screen. Not an aisle, not a camera angle. It was a room. An old storeroom I'd never seen before. The walls looked moldy, the shelves covered in thick dust. At first, I thought it was a looped recording until I saw the timestamp. That night, live feed. And in the corner, barely visible under a pile of broken shelving, was a body. I called the police. Not because I expected them to believe me, but because I knew what they'd find now. There was something real behind all of this, something physical, not just a ghost story, not just fear. When they arrived, I met them at the door, told them what I'd seen. They looked at me like I was crazy, but I insisted. One of the officers stayed with me, while the others went into the back. 15 minutes later, I heard one of them call over the radio. They'd found the room, and they'd found what was left of someone inside it. It took 2 days for the coroner to confirm it was the missing employee, the one Eric told me about. His name was Daniel. He'd been dead for years. They couldn't say for sure what happened. There were no obvious injuries, just bones, scattered and hidden, like someone or something wanted them to stay that way. The police launched a full investigation. They cleared out the store, shut it down for a while, asked questions, took statements. I told them what I could, minus the parts no one would believe. I left out the faceless figure. I left out the voice. I just told them I found the footage, and I called it in. They ruled it as an unattended death, probably an accident, maybe a fall, old building, hidden room. It was the neatest conclusion they could come up with. They asked if I wanted counseling. I said yes, because I couldn't pretend this didn't mess me up. I still dream about that store, about walking those aisles with no end. I hear the voice sometimes just before I fall asleep, reminding me that I looked, that I saw, that I was chosen to see. But I also know it's over. The sightings stopped after Daniel was found. No more voices, no more glitches. Eric hasn't seen anything either. He even went back to work. Said the place felt different now, lighter, somehow. Like whatever was there had moved on. I think the store was trying to tell us something. Or maybe Daniel was. Maybe whatever force was trapped in there just needed someone to listen, someone to bring it to light. And once it was finally seen, truly seen, it could let go. I've moved on too. Got a new job. Day shifts only. I still avoid grocery stores at night if I can help it, but the fear isn't as sharp anymore. It's something quieter now. Something I carry, but not something that carries me. It happened. It was real. But it's over. And sometimes that's enough.